Hello, the Halloween. The Halloween. The scuff. The scuff. Hi. Oh, is she also see the schnibble? Yeah, I'm preparing the yes. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, waifu. But yeah, the schnibble is with the May and the VZ because we're preparing Fit Trigger Gaming. And you know what? It was like funny enough. When I launched the game, it doesn't let me like game with friends immediately. I have to do at least one game, so I level up to level 2 and game with friends. You know what happened? I won first place. Fuck. I won first place on that game while I'm not even on stream. Fuck. But yeah, that's what happened, and I'm like, fuck, why? Why? Why does this have to happen when I'm not streaming? But yeah, hi, hello. Also, TikTok is a laver. We have a TikTok lover. Hi, TikTok people. Halloween. Hi, how everyone. How is everyone doing? I'm very, very excited to play the Fate Trigger today. Damn, it's detected that live is not detected in the TikTok tag. The fuck you TikTok. Ah, fuck you TikTok. Anyway, I'm here. I'm here. I'm with everyone now. Yes. I hope everyone's having a good day so far. I wasn't able to stream yesterday because I was catching up with stuff. I catch up on a lot of editing. So those that were on my VC yesterday for the whole day, I was editing. I was like, on the grind, bro. I was like, So I was able to push out 3 more long form videos that I edited. Like, I just cut all the moments that I was yapping with chat. And I edited a thumbnail and scheduled it on the Red app. So, yeah. Hi, TikTok people. Hi, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, people. I'm not forgetting you. Welcome. We're gonna play Fate Trigger. I just wanna yap for now. For now. Um, and yes, buh. Yesterday I was just like hanging out with friends. Editing, editing the grind. But after this stream, I will have to do VOD scrubbing because one of my VOD is about to go yeet, and I have to get some clips. But so yeah. Oh, and also there's new redeems. I have updated some of the redeems. Feel free to check them. There's one that is yes, and also I removed all the redeems that is regarding my model. The automation for those, I removed those. The cat ears, the animal ears, and the hairstyles. You just have to redeem it manually, and I will change my hairstyle on the go. Like when I see it, I will update it myself on the stream. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, and I updated I removed some redeems as well. So I added I removed all the automated model toggle redeems and changed it to a manual one. So one is changed Nachi's hairstyle and one is put on animal ears on Nachi. So this will be manually done by me. Yes. And also I have added a new not toggle. I added a new redeem that is called Nachi Surprises You. And guess what? It is what Cosmic edited for me. It's funny, I swear. You gotta try it. So yeah. Aba. Oh, I will have to also update my high redeems. I recently been reaching out to some of my new friends to for them to record themselves saying hi to me, just like how these people in the high redeem have been saying themselves. Like if you redeem the high
Hi,
redeem,
Gigi, honey.
yeah. So, like I asked them to like, oh, can you record yourself saying hi to me, and I will add it as like a redeem in my stuff. It will be randomized, so it's not always you playing. It'll be like RNG based. Like it depends on what the system wants to play when it redeems. So it's gonna be more fun and yeah, when people want to say hi to me. Yes, yes. That's the situation right now. Um. So yeah. Other than that, I think I'm good. No. No announcements so far. Oh, I missed Chloe's comeback stream. God damn. but she's so beautiful. Ain't she so beautiful? Right, right. We gotta support the Clover. Oh my god, the source of all my brain rot, the one who diagnosed me with severe clotism, the one, the only, and Chloe, I must shout her out. Yes, feel free to follow the and the Chloe. Yes, I love her. I love her to the best. You might say I'm like, yeah, she's like one of my Oshi and stuff. Because like most of like my reactions almost came from her. Like the oh yeah. That's a very close. That's a very close move, you know. And the Saturn burger, the tomato nader, most of those from the one and only the Clo. So yeah. How is everyone? What's the new tea? Do we have a new tea? I can see some, yeah, familiar people on the chatter, but yeah, y'all probably busy gaming. They probably very busy gaming. The gaming gamer winners. Bitte? Bitte? No, we're not gonna do that. Okay, let's go ahead and yes, just game, you know. I missed Fate Trigger. I missed the Fate Trigger. Oh my gosh, you know, but why so big? Oh my god, sorry.
I'm a bit big.
But you to be big. Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, I'm small.
The small. Okay. They probably hear you now.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
they
did
hear
all
you
the
now.
time, I guess.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah. Okay. Hi.
Hello.
I still have two more slots for fate triggering. Oh wait, I got a DM Rhythm and Mustang. I missed those two.
Yeah.
Hold on. I gotta put on the fate triggering on the stuff. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Should show, right? It should show. There we go. The mummies are back. How do I change this again? Oh my god, it's too
click on?
too loud. Too loud. How do I audio? I turned down the background music and the dialogue. I wanted the waves. Environment. I have to turn up the environment so I hear people. Oh my god, Nuggy no barking. Nugget! This dog. Okay, baby.
Okay.
If our world is like a
Hey,
pale
chat.
blue dot in the darkness,
I'm
then
Snipper.
science is like the light of the sun,
Hello.
removing ignorance and showing us the way forward.
I'm back. The Nogi to be barking. Hi, Heartbroken. Welcome to the stream. How do I change the character again on the homepage?
You go to Awakeners and then you right-click the one you want.
I'm here to when we
Oh, right click. Oh, my bad.
as
Nase.
ev-
I might go for
when we lift our sails.
I like Nase. I'm a big Nase.
When
Baby girly. Huxley. Why Huxley so beautiful? I'm not.
We will never know.
Yeah.
I also realized
Yes.
they put like the player ID very transparent on like the entire screen.
life on the sea is usually pretty boring.
Wait.
But
Oh
once in a
yeah, that
while,
was. I
you
thought
get an
that was
adventure
like
you never forget.
what you call it? Like because it was in demo. I'm like,
I
oh,
think
I
that's like to
guess that's part of the
prevent
demo.
that when someone screenshots mods or something that like they can find them easier.
Maybe? But that means people can find you easier. Yeah, I can see your. Yeah, it's my ID.
Yeah, it's
Oh
kind of
my
bizarre.
god. Yeah. Thank you, Heartbroken, for liking the live. Hello, hello. Good morning. How are you? But oh, and then I have to adjust my favorites as well so that they show immediately, I guess. Can I remove it? Okay. I change this to this one. Display. Then yeah, I'm good with this G. I like this girly pop too. Okay. This is where I won first place, and I'm like, what the fuck? Imagine your first game in the game, you win first place. Damn,
Yeah, I could never
damn,
imagine that.
damn. And Snowball was the only one seeing it. I'm like, why am I not streaming? It's not recorded. People are gonna say I'm lying.
That was wild.
Yeah, it was wild. I took a screenshot of it though, so yeah. First game is yes. Hold
Crazy.
on. Oh, I forgot to post on stuff that I'm live. Anyway. Oh
A
fuck.
classic.
I forgot to post that I'm live. Oh, you said game. Oh, thank you. Dankeschön.
Yes, of
Dankeschön.
course.
A big head pat moment. You want some abis?
Yes,
Abi
Abby.
moment. Abi for the abis. It's good for the abi moment. Big abi
Up.
moment.
That's me.
Up, up. Yeah,
Abby.
yeah, up, up. Why are you crooked a little bit?
I'm
Yeah,
falling
there we
off.
go. There we go. There we go. Yay. Big abi
Yeah.
moment. Yay. That's the schnibble. The schnibble abi.
That's me.
That's you. That's you. Oh yeah, I gotta pull on the stream. I told this myself earlier.
Life on the sea is
I will draw on stream. What if I get this immediately? Right. We don't know.
We
Let's
gotta
go
find
for it.
out.
Oh, I didn't.
And
Man. Oh wait, I can
next pull.
exchange. Oh man, Another one, another one. Last one. Oh man, I'm so unlucky. I don't have
You get a 10
anything.
pull every day for like 7 days or so.
Oh, I didn't get anything. Oh, but I got some roses. I give rose. I
When
give
we
rose.
lift
How
our
do I give
sails,
rose again?
To be an idol is
Friends.
to create miracles.
And then I give rose. Maximum. Yeah.
Donkeys.
I gift. The hi, the general. Hello, welcome to this stream. Yes, we're gaming Fitchwigga. I miss gaming this game. It's like a very big miss.
Do you feel energy? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland signature purified Walton using code NDMOO.
Thank you, bros. I tried my best, Rose. I tried. I tried. It's so hard. You're doing good with Diami. Okay, I drink. I still have the remaining matcha latte from the other day. I just put it on the fridge. I just hope it's still okay. But yeah, I
Oh
drink.
boy.
Does it taste spoiled? It's
2 hours later.
2 hours later. Shit, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, you guys. I'm gonna shit. Okay. It still tastes okay. Okay, nothing wrong. It's still yummy. It's still a matcha latte with the caramel syrup on it. I'm happy. Yes. Oh my god! But I brewed my tea earlier as well, so it's steeping and it's cooling down for good consumption. Hi, Creed. Welcome to this stream. Hello. I'm playing. I'm gonna play Fate Twigger. The Fate Twiggering the Twigger. Yes. Farfalla girl. What's Farfalla again? Is it the potato? Yes. His snowball.
Rose
Oh,
hisses
damn.
at me.
Damn,
What did
Rose
I
is
do?
hissing at you. Oh, Farfalla is butterfly. Oh, I'm learning. Oh, yeah. Potato is Kartoffel. Was it?
Kartoffel. Yes.
Kartoffel. Oh. Like, I don't see Zoro yet, but when I see Zoro, we will say it like he's a far he's a yes. He's a fututa patata. Fututa patata.
Patata.
Fututa patata. Yes.
No idea what that means, but I agree.
It's an Italian, yeah. It's an Italian word. We just like yesterday before you joined VC, I was like talking to Rose about. Wait, is it before you joined or after you? After you went like to your parents, I think. So I was talking to Rose about like how would we call Zoro in other languages, and we went for Swedish, we went for Romania, we went for a lot. We went for Filipino, and we decided Italian is the key.
It's the way to go.
So we've been
I see.
It sounds so good. Like the Italian brain rot, like the bombardillo crocodillo, something like that. And it rhymes. Like imagine it rhymes. Fotuta patata.
All the words have like some certain flair to it.
Say it again about potato. Yeah, we were like I forgot the meaning, but I think it means fucking potato. Potuta
Fucking
patata. Yeah,
I see.
I think that means yeah, I think that's what it meant. Fotuta patata. I forgot the real meaning, but yeah, it's a curse. We're cursing the Zoroj here in this household. We're always bullying
Yeah.
Zoro in this household. Where is Zoro?
Well then.
Where the fuck is the stinky potato? A fotuta patata. Fuck you, Rotop. Rotop, Zoro. Rotop. Fuck you. Fuck you. You
Damn.
stinky. Stinky. I will glue you. I will glue you. Don't that up. No. Fuck you, Rotop. Rotop. I know how to curse fuck you in Dutch. And I've been using it on Zoro ever since. He
God.
can't even curse me in my own language, but I know how to curse him in his own language. Farfalla puzzolente. No, no, no. Fotuta patata. Puré di patate. Farfalla puzzolente. Fuck you. Hi, Cuckoo. Good. Hi. How is your day so far? Do the Romanian? Oh wait! I forgot the Romanian. The I forgot. I can't look at Cuckoo's name. Hi, Ballsland. Cuckoo Land. We discovered. Yeah, Rose and I discovered yesterday that cuckoo in Swedish means the balls.
I see.
So with Cuckoo's name, it's the balls land. Yeah.
That gives me a completely new perspective to cuckoo.
Oh, wait, it's not the balls. Wait, I forgot. Was it balls? Is it balls or the oh, Dickland. Oh yeah, the Dickland.
Oh, I see. Even better.
Yeah, cuckoo means the PP. So it's PP land. Yeah. Oh my god, can't unsee it. I can't unsee it. Fuck you, little shit. Fuck you, Zoro. Fuck you. Oh, I'm like, oh, is Cosmic here? Cosmic. I summon Cosmic. Rah! Go on the team. Where are you, Cosmic? Cosmic, there's a redeem now. Okay, remember the edit that you did for me, where the or something like that. I put it as a redeem, as it says Nachi surprises you, and I will redeem it for everyone. Like I just added it on stream, and it's so fucking loud. It's so fucking on my ears. So like, wait, check DMs. Okay, let me check DMs.
The Kukulan asked me, why is Nachi of this stream? What is your professional opinion on the horoscope for Libra tomorrow? Oh, the mystical tales of Libra. Tomorrow seems like a good day to dive into something creative, like drawing little doodles of snowball.
Little doodles of snowball?
Keep an eye out for some unexpected opportunities that might come your way. But be cautious of those stinky potatoes trying to mess up your vibes.
Yeah.
Balance is
Be
key.
careful of Zoro.
So don't forget to sip on some freshly brewed blood tea for that extra boost.
So your lucky item is snowball. Yeah, you gotta. I'm sorry. I'm munching on a yes. On a calzone. But your lucky item, your lucky activity is Schnibble. You have to draw doodles of Schnibble. Cuckoo. And also be careful of Zoro. Be careful of Zoro. The AI warned you, okay? Be careful of Zoro. Yeah, Zoro is always trying to mess up my day. I've asked AI Nacho for 3 horoscopes, and all three have told me Zoro is going to try and mess up my day. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Zoro will mess up your day. He's too stinky. Like, his stinkiness is so bad, he will mess up your day for real, for sure, for sure. Wherever he goes, his stankiness like is so apparent. Like, yeah, it makes everyone's day so bad. Like, you know, that is a classic Zoro moment. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my,
Oh my god, that's high.
Oh my, oh my,
She's doing her best.
my, oh,
She's singing.
my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh.
Oh my god, suddenly low. Oh my.
Why?
Oh. Oh my god, where is Rhythm? I've been waiting for him. Mustang. Did Hai play with us before on this game? I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh, wait, yeah, he did.
So long.
Yeah, he did. He did. Hai played it with this. Blah blah blah. And the blah. Felt like TTS is summoning the bears and wolves. Yeah, it's summoning everyone. Hi, Joe. Hi, welcome, bonjour. Bonjour. How are you?
Okay, cool. It's very easy. I'm green. I have boots on. I have a
I'm green.
gigantic nose. Blue hair.
Blue hair.
Like shoulder long. And
shoulder long.
I only wear like hoodie. No pants.
Hoodie. No pants?
No pants.
So
there
it's
you go.
dangling.
Good luck.
I swear if I find a match quickly, I'm gonna flip my table. God damn it. You're lucky I'm in a good mood. I'm gonna call you in rest. What? Why were you in a good mood, Zaro? Got you wanna share?
Yeah, I hope so too.
Oh my goodness. Got it. I hopefully I remember all that. Oh my god. I could like you could clip the stream and go back to it. Resin butterfly sounds like something very nicey to have in the home. Honestly, resin like roses or not animals, butterflies or anything in resin looks so majestic. Looks like it's very very important. It's like a treasure, it's like a shatsi. I had to say that. Wait, I'm shy. Yeah.
You're shy.
Yeah, very shy. I'm 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 shy.
Rhythm wants to be invited.
Wait, Rhythm. I missed you. Invite me where? Oh, on the VC? Wait. Are you on the VC? Sorry, made blessed with another friend. Oh, well, actually, I can play it. Oh, God damn! Okay. Let me pull you up. No, don't sniff that. Say no. No, don't sniff my girl. No. No. Rose, why? Thank you as well for the headpat. You headpat the schnibble because of that. Hi, Rhythm. It's so long. I missed you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. No, Kirby, don't eat nasi. No, don't eat. No. Why? Don't eat my girly. No, don't eat my anime girls. I see Oshinoko image. I go cry in corner. No, Rose. No crying on this household. Also, no spoiling. Yeah, I'm updated on the
anime ever
Shinako.
created.
That's true. One of the best. Hell yeah.
It is the best.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, I will send my where is it? I'll damn you my no, not that. Where is my game, my ID, in-game ID? There we go. This is my in-game ID. Rose, I send the in-game ID to you as well.
All right.
I am not spoiling. How do you know I am not crying from happiness or that it and Rose, no, no.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've already read through the entire manga, but I.
Hey, no spoiling, no spoiling. I'm only in the anime, bro. I'm only in the anime. Thank you, Cuckoo, for the head pat. So, hi, TikTok people. How? They read the whole manga? Yes. This is, by the way, this is Rhythm. Rhythm is in the VC. No, Kirby, no, don't eat nase. No, why are you eating my girlie? No. Stop. Why? Why? Why did you do that to my girly pop? Why? 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 This is crazy. I need to add them so we can chit chat on that. Oh yeah, sure. Feel free to add rhythm. The rhythm. I shout out the rhythm. I shout out the rhythm. My god, it's been so long since your last stream, bruh.
I don't even stream anymore.
No! You're not gonna stream anymore? Bye.
No.
No! IRL life got you, huh? Oh my god, your job kidnapped you. Oh no, I censored that shit. God damn it. Okay. No, I'm sorry. I had to censor. I should have censored it, but yeah, man. Yes. So.
To see you. Let's see what we can do together.
No.
Oh my god. Oh my god. We're both using Nase? I'm a Nase main though.
Bunny girl.
Yeah. Okay. Bunny girl. Hell yeah. I'm still waiting for Mustang. I DM'd him, but he's not responding. And the sniff. Hi, Woes. Woes, do you wanna play? While Mustang is not responding, he's offline, so I might have yeah. You wanna play, Rose? Didn't you have the game too? And since you're also in Europe, that's like a big plus because we're gonna play in the Frankfurt server. Wait, which one is better? I saw there's like a Frankfurt server and a Stockholm server. Which one is better?
I mean, Stockholm is in the Netherlands and Frankfurt is in Germany.
Germany.
It's probably not too far away.
Okay. I'm good with yeah. I promised a friend to play with them today, but if they go and pick their PC and join after. Oh, okay, no worries. I just like.
Oh no, Stockholm is in Sweden. I'm just stupid.
Stockholm is in Sweden. Ooh.
Yeah, it's probably better if you're like in a Scandinavian country.
Yeah. Wait, really? Instead of Germany? Is Frankfurt too crowded or something? I don't know.
No. I mean, I think if you like live in Scandinavia, you're kind of like far away from Germany, so yeah, maybe there's like some sort of compensation.
But I want to be in Germany. I'm shy.
You have to wait.
There we go. I'm a different character now, don't worry.
Yeah. No worries, no worries. You can just choose it while we're queuing. I think, yeah. Oh, I heard Sweden. Wait, you're Swedish? Oh my god, hi General. Oh my god. Oh, you got the Bing Bong Love. Oh, I swear I gotta play. What do you call it? I gotta play. Yes. Who the fuck? Huh? Someone is requesting to join, and it's like in Chinese characters. Who's that? Is someone? someone? Is someone what? Yes, yes. What is it, Rose? What is it? Yeah. Yo. I can join. Friend went to go pick his PC. Okay. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Join NVC. Join NVC at my server. I drag you. Aba. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Oh my god, Yuki's gonna be like, you're cheating again on Michi. And I'm like, oh, no, no. I'm not cheating on you, I swear. Where the rose? Where the rose? The rose.
Man, we're gossiping about Oshinoko.
Oh yeah.
Hello,
There you
Rose.
go. No, Kirby, no, don't need no say no. Why? Hi, Shadow.
No, it's the stinky.
Yeah, it's the stinky that calls you rotisserie.
Hello,
Yeah.
Shadow.
It's sweet.
Dang it.
Just things like rotisserie is crazy. How is rotisserie stink? It's supposedly like smells good, right? It's food good. Hello, Snowball. How's life hanging? Shadow is asking for you, Snowball.
Oh, life's pretty good. Job is nice. I get a good pay. I ate good bread today.
I'm also eating good bread today.
I'm also Snowball.
Yes.
So everything is good.
Are you not salty
Have
today?
you guys played one match yet in Fate Trigger?
I did first, so I could like add y'all.
It's a lot smoother and cleaner.
I'm still adjusting. Yeah, but it's good.
Yeah, they fixed a lot.
Yeah, they fixed a lot, and that's good.
And I like how Huxley's hair is like bouncing when when running.
Yeah,
you know?
when she's running.
Yeah, before it doesn't do that. The rigging for her character is like so good now.
Okay, I added the Nachi.
Yes. I add the rose. Come here, come here, come here. I'm making mac and cheese from scratch right now. Oh my goodness. That's Snowball's nemesis.
But not by joining forces with you, Huxley.
But yeah, you might want to share the mac and cheese in the VC. I mean in the server later, Shadow.
Physics on Huxley, yeah.
You just saw it.
Yeah, I didn't know they added that. I didn't know
yeah,
they added
the physics on Huxley improved. Oh my god! But
just a bit
Huxley
better, yeah.
is just like, you know. What do you mean a bit better? It's way better.
Yeah.
Joggle physics. What the fuck, Shadow? Oh my god. Okay. Are we gaming? Are we ready to gaming?
I'm very gaming
ready. Gaming ready. Gaming.
Crush all the console players. I don't know if it's out for console yet.
Hold on.
This is my second match.
It's gonna be out for the console.
This is my second match. Just letting y'all know.
Where's my
Your mom's car.
Oh, your mom's car. Hi, Zoinks.
Ever. I haven't played the beta.
Okay.
Oh, this is the first. Yeah.
Damn.
Oh my god. I even liked it when it was like the first beta. And
Yeah,
the beta
so did
was
I.
really good.
But now they made it like a lot better.
oh my god, match
Yeah.
found immediately. I just clicked it and damn.
I'm gonna fucking break my desk. This morning I waited
You
like
forgot to
30
post on Twitter. Oh my
something
god, yeah, I'm
minutes.
sorry. Here you go. Oh shit, I forgot I was supposed to post on my socials.
I have to re-unlock everything. I had everything in the beta and now they removed it all, and I'm sad.
Gaming.
But
I'm a dip to keep
Have a
cooking.
good
Shadow.
one,
Good luck
Shadow.
with cooking, Shadow.
I'm glad this game has a gacha system. I've been playing gacha games lately too much.
Fuck the gadget system it is. I got so unlucky that I got to do almost nothing. They showed me literally the game.
No, Kirby, don't eat me. Why?
I've been
Why?
including Ludo, so I'm in too deep.
Bruh.
There we go. I took a picture of
I had like terrible luck,
myself,
but
and
like
then I
I don't
go
know.
here, back
I like
here.
seeing like a wheel spin.
Yeah, it's satisfying, but at the same time.
Why me?
Jumpy master, you got the curse of the jumpy. You jump for us. I'm posting on my socials right now.
What button was marking again?
Left mouse
Good
button.
question.
Was it?
If you open the map and just click on it, you could also
Oh,
press
okay.
middle mouse button.
Oh, I didn't want to do that. I'm so sorry. It's okay. We will
Middle
probably
mouse
What
button
die.
is
happened?
also how you do the.
Oh no.
Oh, we have a team coming there. Oh,
Yeah.
one of them fucking
Don't
separated.
Yeah,
worry,
like,
I
yeah,
believe they
he's
still
like,
have
fuck
bots
this.
in this game. We should be good. We should be good. I won my first
Yeah.
game back on, which is awesome. So
Yeah, Nachi too.
I got like 15 eliminations, and I'm like, cool. I don't think any of those were real people.
You fucking
Real video game
me.
people.
But if we lose this game, it's because Nachi took Nase. So
What? Huh? Why are you
Crazy.
hating on me immediately? That's crazy. Okay,
it's
I'm
because
in the
I
game now.
play Nase.
I'm
You can't take my
sorry.
girl.
Hey, but this
Who's
is
the
my
fucking
girl.
gunsman?
I like Nase though. So I don't have a weapon yet.
What the fuck,
Oh
Rose?
my
Defend
god.
me.
Like,
What is that gun?
oh. Well, hello.
Watch out. Nachi, someone.
Oh, fuck you! I got a battlefield experience now, bitch.
Nachi, behind you. It's me.
Where? Where are you? Okay.
Okay, I give up and just like just spawn here.
I had
I'm
zero
gonna take my
shields,
fucking revenge.
but they had
on-
blue, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't have any meds.
Where we are going, we don't need meds.
Stage 1
I need
countdown is
meds.
about to begin.
Oh, finally.
I hear
I can hear
footsteps.
enemy nearby, so be careful.
Oh, it's smoke. That's great.
Okay.
I still don't have shields, but
Uh, ah, fuck. Wait, what? It's cosmic? What?
What?
It says cosmic down Nachi, and I'm like, what? Is that the real cosmic? Cosmic, are you
Stream
gaming
snipe.
right now? Are you stream sniping me just like what Tuna did to me? Oh my god, I'm so gonna tweak out. Don't tell me
Wait, I
it's
got you
really
now.
you, like, bro. Oh my god. I did. I'm going here. Wait, what? What happened to my? Huh?
disconnected. Hi there.
I got
Me
disconnected on.
too.
Oh my god.
It's just Discord and Discord. It's been having issues lately.
That's sick.
Classic Discord.
Oh, yay, armor. I can finally fight now.
Oh my god, there's an enemy here. You shitting
Ow,
me?
don't box me. Owie, ah, owie, ow. Okay, I will go there now, I guess.
I hear enemy.
I'm just gonna go where Nachi is.
Where
I'm
the
not gonna fight those
fuck?
people.
I can hear enemy. I don't know where though.
Oh my god, I forgot how bad I am at driving!
Ah, classic. That's me. Big proud of you, Rose.
I'm just trying to find a gun that I can use and not 4 shotguns.
Don't worry, I got this. Oh, that's a rock. Ow, that's another rock. That's a hose. Wait, I heard.
SMG.
Dude, I hear someone.
Yes! There's like literally right here.
Don't let him get away. I gotta reload.
Careful. I can hear it. Oh. Oh, got him. Nice one.
Oh, don't worry, guys. I'm running over. I'm only like all the way on the other side of the map.
It was a bot.
There's another one. Yeah. Doesn't even have anything.
I gotta reload.
Okay, down. Oh my god, yeah, I finally remember it's W. I was like always putting X in the stuff. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in the car, don't worry.
I almost panicked for a second.
I'm not looking at
That's
Huxley's ass
okay.
while running.
Because I have to use
Totally.
it from playing Cyber Hunter
Totally.
and getting
True.
driven off.
Oh,
Wait, did
there you
I change the game to yes?
go. Okay.
Did I change the settings to a trigger on the stream?
Ooh.
I forgot. Oh wait, yeah, you did. Oh yeah, thank you, Shinabali.
Perfect.
Like good.
Well, wait, what? I'm live with Papaya? What? Really? Wait,
Okay.
what? Am I still in a collab with Papaya? What? Huh?
I see.
Are you still like
I was live on TikTok. Yes, I'm also live on TikTok. Hi. Yes, hi TikTok people. I'm not forgetting y'all. Oh my god. Where the fuck? How do I disable the live with the Papaya? I can't believe I'm still live with the Papaya. Oh my god. Since when? Huh?
Wait, I heard a car.
What is that sound?
Right down there. They're heading away from us.
I see.
I wonder if you can snipe them.
How do I? Huh?
I also have a sniper. No good scope, but a sniper.
Oh my gosh, they got aimbot.
Oh damn, they have ammo.
No.
God damn, they.
It's not on my end though. Stream together, manager. Turn off
Oh,
streaming
there's so-
together. Your girlfriend. I don't know how. Wait, hold on. I
knocked
will do
one,
that
knocked
later.
one.
Can I do that later? Oh. There we go. I leave the collaboration. Okay. It's
I
okay
knocked
now.
one,
It's
there's
okay
one
now.
in the building in
By
the
the way,
car.
I'm coming to y'all. I'm gaming. I'm back to gaming. I'm sorry. The scuff never fades. Oh no.
Nice.
Okay,
knocked
second one
one.
down.
Y'all are so far from me.
Oh shoot, they have a laser beam.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Ah,
Can't do
shit.
much against that.
I don't know if I have
They
the.
found a
I don't
drop or
have the
something
right
earlier.
armor and stuff. But I'll try
Good
my
luck,
best.
Nachi. You're
Nachi, I
gonna
think you
need
can
it.
save me. Because I'm still alive. At 63 seconds.
Yeah, I'm trying to go to you.
I'm trying to go undercover. Yeah, they revived, fuck's sake.
Airdrop delivery in progress.
Stage 2 countdown is about to begin.
Then I'll try and retrieve
I feel
them.
like they changed the voice.
The announcer, they changed it. They're still there. Oh my god. Oh, they're flying away. They're flying away. Okay, they're flying away.
I kind of wanna like snipe her while she's fighting that thing.
Stay alert. I'm
Yeah, they're fighting, but they gone already. I'll try.
Here comes
I think
Jackie.
they're alive.
What
Is that a
kind
good
of
idea?
laser
No
fucking
idea.
bullshit though?
I'll try to retrieve still.
Me and Snowball died at like the exact same time. That's funny.
Yeah. They were so like, goddamn. I
Yeah,
didn't even
they
have a
started
second
turn
time.
around and
I didn't
fucking
expect them to be so stacked early game. They had like everything.
Bye, Sailor. I'll
Yeah.
bring you
I'm
back.
getting Schnibble first. Hold on.
Me.
Okay. How do I do the extract again?
You like throw it on the ground like a grenade or something. I think, right?
What's the
Uh,
button for that again?
T? Oh, T. Okay.
Good to see you again.
Okay,
my
you
friend.
pick up your items. Oh, you're retrieving rhythm. Okay. And I'll try looting because I got no good items, honestly.
There we go.
They didn't take anything from me. Why?
I mean, we probably didn't have that nice stuff.
Give me a moment.
That's weird.
Yeah.
They're probably just for the kills rather than just like.
Oh, probably sweats or something.
We'll beat yourselves if we don't move.
Oh, I have a supply beacon. What can I use? What can I do with that?
I can loot it or something. Also heal
You
y'all.
can...
Might wanna heal. Oh,
You
8
would-
scope!
it
Oh
just
my
marks- it
god,
just
I'm
marks where the
happy.
drops are.
Now I need my DMR.
Yeah. Oh, they probably went straight for the resupply then.
Sure. I should probably stop breaking windows.
Violence!
Yeah, break every window. You're not paying for them.
Arson! Crimes!
Rah. Take
Where the hell is
everything.
the supply? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Airdrop delivery.
Oh, are we
forget
going
healing,
to the
guys. pyramid?
Yeah, don't forget to heal.
I don't know. I'm just following rows.
That's the worst decision you could do. Following me. Most of the time I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
I need a good armor.
How about this place? Because there's a chest.
Now, is there
Dimmer!
anything up there worth looting?
DMR. Finally, and then I set up my DMR. Oh my god, I'm gonna be happy. It has a 4 times scope. 4 to 8 times. I'm happy. Rafale? No. I think I'm gonna go for gladiator as usual.
Be advised. Recall
Yep.
devices will go offline in 10 seconds.
Oh,
Oh, shooties.
10 seconds. That's not a lot of time to let us process that.
Stage 3
game.
countdown is about to begin.
Oh, that's like the
Recall
second.
device
Oh.
offline.
The second chance is offline now. So I can't revive now.
We
I
have a car
guess.
here. We literally have a car here. We could just yank it.
Okay.
But you're driving, Snowball. Me driving
Why
will
me?
fucking get us killed.
Yes! Let the German drive on the Autobahn. Hell
The
yeah.
German. Oh no. Oh,
Bah.
gem collector.
Yes.
I'm reloading. Please give me a moment.
Take it.
Ahoy!
Okay, who shooty?
I hear shooty. Oh my god, there's 2 shooties.
What? Oh. They're literally
Oh my
shooting
God.
close by. My instinct
you
wants
mark
to
it?
go kill them.
I think I
Fuck.
see
How
where
they
it is.
mark? Oh god. Oh, Jesus.
Airdrop delivery in progress.
Got him.
I knocked her, but she could knock me too. There's one right here.
Oh,
Oh, that's rhythm. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
no, I
Wait,
didn't
there's
see
another one
him.
running.
Oh,
Oh, come on. I was putting up a jail. Dang it. I knocked a person right here.
Ah.
And then this person right here.
Saw an enemy over there.
You're right.
Fuck.
The pale light is spreading.
okay, back to lobby.
It was Cosmic again. How the fuck do you keep jetting across Cosmic? Bro.
Yeah, is it really cosmic?
Yeah, it was. Well, not
Is
that.
it really
Not
the
our
real
Cosmic.
cosmic, not our cosmic?
No, our real Cosmic sucks balls at this game.
Damn, you saying
to play
he sucks
Cyber
on the
Hunter
game
with
is
you.
crazy. Okay, we kill
I
again.
play Cyber
Always
Hunter
be
with him.
smooth sailing, you know?
Most of the time he will just be killed instead of like.
Oh, I
Can we do,
can't
like,
do
a
rank
actual
because I have to be
release date
level
on
5
it?
for that. What?
I want an actual release date for Fate Trigger, not just Q1. I want like March 3rd or something.
Appeal to the devs.
I'm gonna play her.
Yeah, it's okay.
Or Rose was playing her. Oh.
Oh, you wanna
I can
play
play
here?
support. No, it's fine.
Oh, I can
I
switch.
play
I'm
support.
not gonna bite. That.
Okay. Look a bit better now. Are we ready?
It's alright. I got myself. Just you grab here. I'm gonna try this guy.
Okay.
Curious what the fuck he's gonna do.
Oh, that's the shield guy. Yeah, he's a good support. Are we ready? Ready to queue?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Time for a new adventure. Let's go.
In 2 minutes, that's crazy. Oh, match found immediately. That's crazy.
When we lift our sails, a new star
Bruh.
shines on the sea.
I can already tell there's gonna be like a pirate skin for Ziva. Just because she only has one eye, they're gonna make a pirate skin. I know it.
We'll see.
Boy.
Calzone so good. Oh my god. Yum. Brot good. Snibbly pop.
I'm alive.
You're alive. Oh, Mustang responded. He's gonna be late, so. Also, why is my model
Not me
dead?
again.
Why is my model tracking there? What the fuck did I do to you?
Oh, this is a pretty small area.
Yeah?
I
Okay.
mean, we can also go like all the way over here if you want.
Should be okay
Yeah, let's
now.
go to the portal thingy.
Jumpy
Okay,
Master! Schnibble the Jumpy Master as always. Hell yeah.
No idea why.
Oh, we're going there. I see. I see.
Are we?
Yeah.
Oh god. Are we?
We're going there? Yes?
Where are we
I
going?
guess so.
Do we even make it?
Probably.
Yeah, we can. We
Well,
can.
probably, worst comes to worst, we land the right over by those buildings.
I think we
Yeah, I
should
think
just
we'll
go.
make it.
Yeah.
We'll make it.
Nah, I'll go on top of the yes, the cargo ship thing.
And Snowball's leading us into a nuclear reactor.
So what? Isn't this
So
better to you?
I don't want to be part of Chernobyl. Why would I want that?
Please.
Time to loot.
Give me ammo, but no weapon.
4x scope. Yes, that's what I need on my shotgun.
Yeah. True.
Arafale. Monolith again. Pulsar. No. No, not the ZK. That gun sucks ass. Give me a gladiator. Oh, there we go.
Was me.
Gladiator. There's the Schnibble.
Stage 1 countdown is about to begin.
Oh, okay, nice.
Siege 1 countdown is about to begin.
I'm going inside the
I got
building.
4x scope on my AK now.
Nice.
Damn.
I'm gonna put it
I'm
on
going
the
inside the
LMG
building.
because
Might be good ones here. Monolith again. Oh my god. Oh, a good helmet. Hell yeah. I need a
There we
good
go.
armor though.
Okay, I give up with the windows. They just hate me.
Oh, there we go. Purple armor. Not bad.
There's a backpack.
Backpack,
Already
backpack.
have blue backpack.
I need a DMR. Where my DMR? That's me. Always screaming for
Ooh,
stuff.
tactical grip.
Classic
McRib?
Nazi moment. McRib?
Mine.
I eat McRib.
Oh, never mind,
Kirby,
I
no,
can't put
don't
it on
eat
anything. I thought I
the.
could.
Where the fuck? Okay, there we go.
Curry is the urge for McRib.
I
Kirby
like
McRib.
I've never had a
Yum.
McRib.
Oh,
Wait, you
you're
don't like
missing
something you
out.
never had?
You are
Oh.
It
missing
just
out.
doesn't look appetizing to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Totally.
because it does look appetizing.
But it's
doesn't mean it's
yummy.
bad.
There's like 2 DMRs.
Nice, I take one.
I'll find mine trust.
Yeah, scope? Sure.
Oh my god, I'm sorry for the burp. The big burpees. Oh my god, there's a lot of good items in this part of the. Enemy?
Just me.
Why are
Why?
you shooting?
Why?
I'm very
why.
smart.
You're very Peter.
You're trying to tell people you're here and they shall come here?
Yeah, I just want them to know that we are here, though they don't feel lonely, you know.
Oh, so kind of you, but fuck you.
I agree.
What was that noise? Going into the diner. What is this? Another DMR. Woo.
Damn!
Yeah, shocking.
Where is the fuck is those DMR? Oh, you're all there. Okay, I'm going there.
There's another
Shahoy.
4x scope if someone wants it for their DMR.
Me.
Ah, I got stuck into rocks. For a chicken.
I gotta get my DMR first down. The hello.
Oh,
I give
is
headbutt.
that one of you?
I didn't need to find the
Warning,
girl.
the pale blight is
Run the
spreading.
fuck out.
The pale blight spreading.
Hey, Carl.
Oh, enemy? Yeah,
You
that
wanna
is a
go
real
to
enemy
those
now.
people?
Nah, let's jet in the safe zone.
Are we very far from the safe zone?
There. Somewhere around
Kinda?
here. Oh, and
Oh.
also here. Down, damn.
Oh god damn! There might be teammates of that person. Unless
they just spawn here.
Yep.
Up here.
Ow, 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 ow!
Hold on, reloading.
Oh dear.
Knocked him.
Good one.
Nice. Oh, you should have let him kick it!
I
Nice,
want his
okay.
stuff though. I
I
wanted his
need the-
purple shield.
Where did you see the 4x scope again? Might need
That's
that.
at the, like diner area over there.
This
About-
one?
Somewhere over there, yeah, in one of those buildings.
Oh, it's in the
There
diner
seem to be
area.
shootings around here.
Yeah,
Careful.
I hear it. It's close.
Need the 4x for my DMR. There we go. I give 4x to my DMR.
I'll go over the left side.
Times. Okay.
Yeah, they're inside.
Okay. I'd rather have a 2x so. Meh. Okay.
Got him.
Damn. Y'all are sweating.
Oh, purple shield. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, my LMG has a very fast reload, but the pale blight's gonna kill me.
That's good.
Didn't look like her and run off. Go free jetting.
Car right here, Snowball.
I'm very rich on the supply points. Car here, but
We're running.
I do be running too.
This dude.
Okay, who's driving?
Of course, not me. Oh, I killed with a with a grenade. That's crazy.
Stage 2 countdown.
Not you get
Okay,
it.
I'm in. Hey, what? I pressed F. Press F,
Good enough.
bro. It's not letting me in. Let me in the car.
It's fine.
It's okay. You can stand
Okay.
there. That's fine too.
It's
Yeah,
not
go
letting
prone
me
on
in.
top. Press Z, press Z.
You're the
I-
scout.
I guess so.
Yeah, just
I'm
lay
a
down.
fly
That's
after
a good
this.
view. I see.
Yes. Yes. No. Oh my goodness, we're flying. What the hell, yeah. The curb.
I
Fuck you,
might
Zaro.
be stupid.
Fuck you, Zaro. Road up. Wee.
Man, Nachi sure is a magnet, huh?
Oh my
Gravity
god.
holds in place.
I mean, with that
How about this
cuteness,
place?
of course.
The ping holds me in place, honestly.
Wanna go for a swim?
Me when I got bad ping,
Hola.
that's me.
Reloading.
Where we are
Oh,
going.
another damn one.
Hey, imagine
I
there's someone
need
in the fucking corner of the
accessories.
room.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, it happened to me when
Someone was ratting. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Why would they rat? Fucking rats.
Yes, they don't know how to play the game.
Oh, I'm so lucky.
Oh, what did you get?
Golden shield.
Oh my
Here's
god.
my purple shield if anyone wants it.
I already have a purple. I do have a golden helmet. Do you want it? You wanna swap?
Why
Do you wanna
me?
swap?
No. I have
So
a
you have the
platinum
full
one, and it's
golden.
yours.
Gotta be
let's swap.
golden. Wow.
Banana.
A
We haven't
banana.
had an
Oh my god.
LNG.
I remember the banana again. Banana. Throws banana on the party animals. Oh my god, the party animals collab was so, oh my god. Like we had like banana trauma because of it. Because
Banana trap.
yeah, we had a banana trauma for the party animals collab. Like, oh my god.
Or something?
Like every time someone dies, we throw banana to anyone. And they keep on slipping.
What is the sound I hear?
I have no idea.
Airdrop. Airdrop.
Nearby?
Yep.
Oh,
Meteor.
drop.
Oh,
Oh, you can hear it now. Okay.
yes.
I thought you could always hear it. I guess I'm insane.
But not as
Nah.
present. I was like very
Before it
confused for a second.
wasn't. Yeah.
Okay,
I don't use an SMG. I need
The stronger sniper right
accessories.
there.
Oh, look what I found.
Hmm.
I'm going. No.
What did you find?
A yellow shell?
Oh, but
Be advised, recall devices will go offline.
No, I
in
got
10
dibs on it.
seconds.
Hey.
Why do I always have to laugh when I hear the freaking WhatsApp notice? I have no idea
Is
why.
about to begin. Recall device offline.
Oh, and also,
I need upgrades, accessories to my guns. Give me. Another helmet.
There's people over that way.
Okay.
okay. Let me get
Quite far, but
DMR
I'm
out.
just marking the general direction. That's not their exact location, but generally that direction over there.
yeah, we're still within the circle, but the next circle is quite far. Oh, finally a purple compensator. To compensate
think if
my
we leave
lack
now, we'll be
of
fine.
skill, I have to have a compensator. Oh my god. What the? Where? Where is it? Where enemy?
I was just checking if you all are aware.
Bruh. Bruh.
Sus.
I'm a very normal person.
Can we go grade or
There is
something?
a glider thingy.
I will use the glider thingy.
I will use the glider thingy too.
Why? No idea. I use it.
Yeah, it works so well that I fucking went one step
didn't.
forward.
Warning. The
It
payload
didn't brought us
is
far,
spreading.
honestly.
Spreading.
Anyone, my buddy, were enjoying throwing it on my face. Yeah, that's true. You deserve it, so you deserve all the bananas. All them bananas were thrown
had a
onto your
car behind
face.
us.
There's
Oh, we have a
car.
car in front. See?
Car
Here
everywhere.
they are.
Buh. Where? Enemy? Oh, I saw enemy.
Crazy.
No! I mean, for the first time, oh my goodness.
Context.
Stage 4 countdown is about to begin.
I see. The ADHD. Picking again.
You just gotta edge that, you know.
Huh?
I see. Course,
Nothing. Why are we here? Somebody's aiming.
Somebody's shooting from somewhere.
I'm guessing a lot of people have their eyes on that too.
Is it coming towards us?
Oh. Skill going
Kinda.
there. How do I ping again? There you go.
What is that?
There's a skill on going there, so...
Oh, there's people by the supply hub.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. Classic.
That
The
I
shooties are hearable.
I sniped him.
Yep, I'm trying to snipe as well.
Damn.
Oh damn.
Warning, the pale
I'm
blight
gonna
is
just wait for them
Damn.
to come to the resupply first.
Careful.
I think I just saw someone flying over there.
Can I not
Ah,
crouch?
Enemy.
Whoop, sorry.
Oh. Okay, I was like, ooh, what?
There was an enemy there. Careful.
Yeah, right there.
Inside the
Behind
house.
the-
half of all
Yep.
squads have been
See.
eliminated.
Oh, they got eliminated. What?
Hold on, I'm reloading.
Okay, put myself.
I saw them. The ocean.
I threw that smoke out, by the way.
I always fat fingered it.
How do you guys crouch? I can't crouch.
See?
Press C.
Oh, C, not control.
Oh fuck! Oh my god! They have a good sniper.
Stage 5 countdown.
Careful.
Oh,
Broke
okay.
their shield. Broke
They have
their
good.
shield.
They have good weapons. So be careful. Be careful.
Oh, I had a car. 285. Close to us, I think. Was I'm fucking tripping.
By you, Snowball, there's a car.
Oh shit.
Careful, rhythm. Oh my god.
Damn it.
Oh, I hit a little bit.
Damn. Why is there
Gotta reload.
so much happen? Oh.
Oh, no,
Okay,
no,
that's it
no.
for me.
Ah, oh my god! I got sniped from that
Thanks for the
area.
revive.
Oh my god.
Come closer. That shit.
Watch
Yeah,
your position.
I'm.
Line is spreading. 30 seconds.
Thankies.
Kinda fucked.
Schnibble, you're so
Especially because I'm
far.
so far away. Yeah, I tried to like snipe them from the warehouse through a little window, but they fell.
Oh my god. Thank you, Zoinks. Oh my god. Hi, Val. Welcome to the stream. Okay.
Car right here,
Oh,
car
car
right
behind
here.
us.
Okay. Oh,
Pale blight is spreading.
I don't have a.
Can I
We're
get
kind of
Snowball?
safe here on the.
Who knows?
No,
I
there's
could hide
nothing
in the
right there.
bushes
Don't.
here.
Laser.
Laser.
That is fucking crazy.
Oh,
Oh my god.
him once.
Crawling.
yeah, I'm going.
Okay, there we go. Getting you.
We're still in the
Oh,
zone,
boy.
right? Oh.
Yeah, barely
Yeah,
inside
I'm a car
though.
under us.
Barely.
Just say.
Hold on, I'm
I
reloading.
don't know if I could like.
Oh boy, 20 seconds for me left.
Okay.
I have my ultimate if you want me to firebomb someone.
Okay.
Thankies.
Hey, so I'm taking hits.
Oh, laser!
Something about it?
Stage 6 countdown is about to begin.
No. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
insane.
How? Oh my god. Just
Knocked him, I
how?
knocked the person with the laser. I knocked the person with the laser.
Yeah. While the smoke is in here, can someone pick me up? Oh shit. Smoke gone now.
I got
Careful.
no smoke, don't worry.
Okay. In case. Oh.
Like, you know what? I'm doing this too. Since I'm here.
Go down on me again.
Oh, the laser person's back up.
Somebody picked him up. Careful, Rhythm.
Time to pick up where we left off.
The pale light is
Dang it. Fuck me, bro. I knocked one of their teammates down though.
Here comes Sharky.
Nice, Rose.
Let me just heal up.
Just be wary. You are in like the death zone.
In the zone, yeah.
Barely.
Take it easy. I'll bring you back in no time.
Run into the zone. Run into the road.
three squads left standing.
Oh.
Two
Oh.
squads left
Damn.
Oh my god. Dang dang. Oh my god. Hi, Little Mix. Thank you for the heart me. Kaboom. Hi, hi. Oh my god. I'm playing Fate Trigger. Thank you, thanks for sharing it to the other auntie. She's so adorable. I love her. Yeah, I had fun talking to her yesterday while she was streaming, but yeah. It was so fun. Okay. I go back to lobby. Oh my god, no! I'm out of matcha, no!
Oh boy. Emergency, emergency.
Something to be proud of.
I want matcha. Are we all ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time for a new adventure. Let's go.
Next one will be my last one. Then I will die in
Wow.
my bed.
No dying on this household.
When we lift our
For like 8
sails,
hours.
new star shines on the sea.
I don't feel
It's
like
nice knowing you.
today.
Nah.
You know, you just have days like that where you're like, I don't want to make food. I'll just grab something.
Honestly,
Yeah.
for that case, I have like these drinkable meals, like one always in my fridge, just for that case. If I'm like in my bed and it's 12 p.m. and I'm like, God, I could make like scrambled eggs or like anything easy, but no.
Eggs are too expensive in America.
Oh.
That's why I'm not living in
Time
America.
to hydrate with
Oh my
some
god, I just hydrated so much.
purified water
I hydrated again.
using code NDMU.
You sure?
Aba.
Back to different. Oh, it has a cooldown, 10 minutes. God damn. Got me there.
Jumping master again. Hell. Wait,
crazy. You know,
Schnibble, you
always
haven't
give it
done
up to someone
mommy. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. I did.
Are you gonna do it after
It
this
kind of
game?
doesn't matter because the daily reset is in like 20
Oh.
minutes, so
Oh no. You're
I
late.
can also do it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
How
Aye,
about, how about this place?
Yeah.
I will ruin our day
Let's
today.
die immediately. Hell yeah. That's the good
let's
one.
take the big red building, so where everyone probably drops because it's big and red.
Yes.
Oh, I will hate this.
Oh, don't worry, we all gonna hate it.
Don't worry. We're
Nah,
gonna
all the bots are gonna
suffer.
land here.
Let's just hope so. What the
Oh,
fuck
there's
do people
one
fucking fight a
dropping. What
laser?
the fuck?
There's one guy, one lonely dude. He's exactly
God.
dropping where we are
He's a
dropping.
gamer.
Yeah, he's the gamer. He goes for the purple ones immediately.
Yep, he knows what's coming for him. Oh my god, give me a weapon at least. God damn.
SMG.
Oh my god, my two main weapon. I am happy.
Oh, found a gladiator.
Contain this situation.
4x
Let's
scope,
share him.
3x scope.
Where is he?
What the? Up there.
Downed him.
Nice.
Can you revive me, Snowball?
I'm coming
Okay.
for rhythm.
For the right price.
Oh, hey, Nachi.
Hi.
Rhythm doesn't want to pay.
Stage 1
Oh
Let's
my
see.
god,
Yeah.
this name.
Ambulance in
This name
America?
give me.
Hell no.
His name?
Rather
Also,
die
that
than go
guy's
into an ambulance.
Yeah, true.
Ah.
Here in Romania, you don't pay for ambulance, so
Damn.
I think they pay a lot at the fucking hospital. If you just hospitalized more than 3 days.
Oh,
Wait,
golden
how?
helmet,
With what?
dang.
With which key do you swap
Oh, wait, oh, here,
grenades?
get it. Here you go.
No, you can have it. You
No,
take
no,
it.
no. Take it. I get your purple instead. I'm gonna die immediately anyway, so I'm okay. Oh! Enemy!
What the-
Enemy, we
Someone
have a
was somewhere.
Huxley!
Where?
Where's mommy?
Probably below, so yeah. Gotta be careful.
There's just hear someone running.
Yeah, we're on
154?
top of the roof, Nachi and I.
And me.
No, that feels like outside.
Oh. Then you might be in trouble.
Yeah, right here.
Let's meet up there.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh god.
I know it.
Wait. We hit him running. Scan for us.
Oh my god.
He knows that
They
we are on
scan.
the road.
Yeah?
Can you scan?
Sure.
They're only where I died.
Oh shit.
That's the wrong scan.
That's not a
Fuck.
scan. Or no, you have to kill someone, right? That's how it works. I forgot about that.
There they are.
Knocked one. There's two more on me.
Got the second
No
one.
way!
Fuck.
Dang.
Got me.
Damn, they got me too. Yeah.
I see him.
Got evaporated, yeah. Oh my god, hello guys! Hello. Hello.
Why can't I give up? That's stupid.
No. Oh yeah, before you could give up, right?
C is give up.
Yeah, but it told me I can't in this state. I'm literally in the state for giving up. I'm confused.
Big confused noises.
Crawl on my way back to you guys.
Yep.
Ah, never mind, I'm dead.
Ozerks. What a stupid name.
I gotta reload.
Nice.
Warning, the pale
Oh, I had a
light
car.
is spreading.
They gotta go. Okay. On the way. Are they still here or did they die?
Still there.
Car.
I gotta reload.
Gonna go to Nachi.
Careful, there's a lot of people gunning in here.
Oh, they're on you?
Yeah,
nearby
they're on
though.
me. They're fighting with someone else, though, but I'm fine right now. Never mind, they found me.
Back. Oh
I will
shit,
try
that's a
to
guy!
rejoin. I forgot the
Madeus,
motorbike.
there's a guy near me! They're fighting.
They're fighting here. They don't know I'm here though.
Car over there, car over there.
Oh,
They don't see me. They literally don't see me.
down to Huxley.
Oh, whoops. Okay.
What?
The rabbit's name, I
Okay, so
forgot the
she
name
saw
as
me
well,
through the
but
fucking grass. You fucking kidding me?
oh my god, y'all are so far. Hold on. I'll try to go there, but there's an enemy nearby that I hear most of the time.
Dang.
Oh, there's a car there. I
Again.
could go for it.
Just let them fight though, I guess. Oh.
Oh, Nachi is
Yep.
nowhere near us, huh?
I'll try to go there.
Airdrop delivery in
It's
progress.
the zone, so let's
Stage
just
2
run it.
countdown is about to begin.
Ooh, let the VTuber drive! Oh my god.
You can just pick us up. We don't need our stuff. Just pick us up and get out of there.
Yeah. I'm inside a house.
Are there any enemies yet, or did they run away already?
Probably run.
No idea.
I'm boosting my energy. Take 5, Sailor. I'll bring you back soon. Take 5,
Oh my god.
Blessings of the ocean.
I always fat fingered
We're
the ultimate. Fucking hell.
Sure.
Take 5, Sailor. I'll bring you back soon.
Can I loot you?
Yeah, sure, you can. I mean, we don't need that anymore. Oh yeah, just let me. Just leave me there.
No, I didn't mean to. Yep, I think that's everything. Okay, gotta go.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
We're a long way from safety.
Oh fuck! What did I
Oh
do
my
that?
gosh.
Oh my god,
Master threat.
The skill issue, man. I'm sorry.
I
Don't
think you're
forget to
running
heal.
straight into them.
I'm boosting my energy.
Heal while
You might be
driving.
going into an enemy though. But we'll
Just keep driving
see.
forward. Ignore
Right.
the enemy.
Wait.
Warning, the pale blight is spreading.
We'll beat yourselves if we don't move.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Nachi, are we gonna
I
get
bet
Oh,
into
it's
the
still-
circle?
Yeah, the pale blight is still going. Fuck. Where can I go where there is no pale blight, man?
Just keep driving.
Okay.
They can't
I
hurt you
recommend
in
using the
car.
map.
Okay. Just hope they don't gun for me yet.
It's like I'm watching a horror movie right now.
You're trusting me with your lives. That's not a good idea.
Who said I'm trusting you? I
This
don't
is
trust myself with my own life. Back to you.
Let's go for the next island, I guess. Yeah, I'm going for the portal and then I'll revive you inside the next
Is the
town,
portal
I
a
guess.
circle?
Yep.
I guess it is, yeah.
Oh my god, this is so... yeah. Okay, time to find a house and just revive y'all there.
Vent lakes?
Oh my god, my ping.
Oh!
Good to see you again, my friend.
Welcome back! Oh my god. I made it safe. I can't believe it.
That worked.
It worked.
Stage
What
3
the
countdown
that shit?
is about to begin. Recall
Oh, I had a gun!
device
I had a
offline.
gun! I had a gun!
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
there's a
they're
car to
probably
the
gonna go
left,
in.
right of
Like,
us.
yeah.
Yeah. Not that
Just
way.
be careful, I guess. Yeah.
Bursting
Not so engaged for now. Oh, this place
Oh,
is
I've got a bad
looted.
idea.
Are they
Oh
shooting
my
you?
goodness.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
This place is
I
very
need to
much looted already. God
find
damn.
weapons, man.
There's a lot of
Oh,
weapons on
everything's
the...
empty here, man.
Oh my god, it's already looted.
Yep.
Slide.
Baby.
Hello.
Hello.
Airdrop delivery in progress.
Don't let the enemy secure the
We could always go for the airdrop.
Yeah, and die immediately. Yeah, that's true.
Only 30 seconds left to
This
go to
mob
the
thing
safe
is
zone.
Them are here.
Contain this situation.
Mark the demo in case you need it.
Shooties?
Zoe says 14
Oh,
asked
boy.
me, is the fossil snowball able to do a flip?
Nice.
Oh, the mythical snowball fossils. If only they could flip like our playful snowball. But alas,
Oh boy.
they're more like the ancient relics
I
of
got
the
spotted.
past, stoic and unflippable.
Over there.
Maybe if we sprinkle some
Two of them.
nachi giggles on them, they'd gather some energy to roll instead. We could always dream of them doing snowball flips in an alternate universe. Maybe use glue to stick them to a trampoline?
No, why would you glue to stick them on a trampoline?
Right there. Behind the
Over there,
building.
over there.
Reloading.
Oh, Huxley directly at my place.
What? Okay, got one shot.
Oh shit, I was... What?
Damn.
What the fuck?
Oh my goodness.
We tried.
We did our best.
Countdown is about to begin.
I blame mom.
Time
All
for me
squads
to
have
sleep.
been
Yeah.
eliminated.
Good night. Thank you for the
Thank
fun
you for
game,
the fun
Schnibber. Good night.
We're gonna
Ich
miss
habe
you.
dich vermissen.
Gonna miss you too.
Mwah.
Be a snowball.
Gute Nacht, Schatzi. Gute Nacht.
Good night.
I can pull for the gacha.
Yada,
I
gotcha.
can pull for the gacha.
Gotcha.
Let's go.
Gotcha.
What
Let's
is
go.
it?
Let's go.
What is it?
Let's go. Let's go. Cool.
Did it reset or something, or?
It can't always
No, I
be
didn't claim
smooth
mine
sailing, you know?
today.
Okay, we got one slot on the squad. Who wanna join? Who wanna join? Zaro, do you got the game? Do you want a game? Nova Nachi. Okay, huh? What? Hi Diana, welcome to the stream. I wasn't looking into TikTok chat earlier. I'm sorry, I was logged in the game. But I'm here now. I swear. How is
I
everyone?
don't know why. This game is hard, man.
Time to pull. Boom. Okay, purple. Blue. Blue. Dang it.
Where are you pulling?
Hey, I got the glider. Let's go.
Hey,
Bruh.
nice.
Dude,
I got a
that
middle
glider.
finger again from this game.
I pulled earlier. I'm so unlucky. So yeah. No. Why are you sniffing? No. No. Why are you sniffing the nasa? No.
You smell of butterfly.
It smells like a butterfly. Damn.
Yeah, like a butter.
Butter.
Like a butterfly, you know.
Butter.
I wonder if he can use you in my pasta.
No.
Hey Nachi, come here. Let me test it out. Let me put you in my pasta. Let me put you in my pasta. Awawa. 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 Awawa.
Gross battle, yeah. No, Doc is hating the game. Doc. I invited Doc to play Fate Trigger and he said, what is Fate Trigger? And I'm like, Battle Royale, but with anime girls, kind of like Apex type shit. And then he said, gross Battle Royale. And I'm like, why? Doc, why you gotta do that, man? Why you gotta hate on the anime girls? Can't you see they're beautiful?
I'm gonna grab some water real quick.
Okay, take your time. I will cue back when you're back. Oh my god, that's a big burp. I am so sorry. Oh my goodness. I eat while I'm waiting. Hi, Squidward. Why is your name Squidward though? Hello.
I messaged Doc too. I'm like, why you abandon us, Doc? Why? And he was like, huh? And I'm like, Fate Trigger. Wink, wink, wink. And he's like, no.
Yeah.
Like, straight up, no.
But it's gun game. But it has anime girls.
We tried to convince dog.
What? Hello? Hello, Squidward. Hello. Hello, TikTok people. How? What's your name? My name is Nachi Kuranashi. I'm a vampire butterfly VTuber. Yes. And I'm playing Fate Trigger right now. We're just waiting for friends. Then we're gonna queue up again. We're gonna game. Who the fuck is jamming me? Who is spamming me on Facebook? Okay.
So we don't have a fourth person.
Okay, I'm back. I turned on the AC. I'm good. Hi, Lyra Ariana. Oh my god, you have a very long name, but Ariana, can I call you Ariana like Ariana Grande? Oh my god. Hello. Welcome back. You have COD? No, I don't have COD. I have Battlefield though. Hey.
I also have Battlefield.
Man, we gotta play Rhythm. Ever since you got a J asterisk B, I'm like, man, you have forsaken us. No, just kidding.
Well, that's not the problem. The problem is I'm looking for a job. I have a job, but I need to find a second job.
Fuck. Life to be lifing. I hope you find a good one. The one that pays better. Okay, ready? Q.
Well, working both.
Ready. As ready as
We're ready.
ever be.
Q.
Time for a new adventure. Let's go.
Let's go.
How far is this from me?
Download Call of Duty now. No.
Ew. Don't say that.
The star shines on the sea.
Hello, Squidward. Yeah. One of my TikTok chatters said to download COD, and I'm like, no. Wanna be friends? Yeah, sure, thanks. Why? Why? I prefer Battlefield. Did someone say Call of Duty? Oh yeah, I have to download the one that you gifted me. So was it Black Ops 3? Yeah, but I don't have a storage right now. I struggled just to download Fate Trigger. Imagine.
Oh wait, we have a random fourth person?
Yeah, because Snowball dipped, so it's gonna pull someone on the So we have one rando on the team. A ding ding! Oh my goodness! A ding ding! It's Azuma! Oh my god, Azuma! Good morning. Mwah! Thank you for the perfume gift. Thank you for the fluffy hearts. Oh my god, 5 fluffy hearts. Oh my god.
Actually,
Thank
you're the
you. No! Okay.
Take it. I wanna be the jump master.
Okay. We are dying immediately. Hell yeah. Y'all are gonna hate me.
Okay. You know what? I have an idea. I'm just gonna go in this fucking blue portal. What's gonna happen? Me dying? instantly?
No, you get teleported to a different island. Or teleported
Nah,
down
this
to
one
the walls, I mean.
teleport inside. Yeah, this one teleports inside the tower.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Careful with enemies.
Why? Did I just hear someone? Oh, never mind. I thought someone teleported in here too, because even the portal went.
The bong bong bong. Oh, Peregrine SMG better. Okay. I guess I'll stick for this for now. I'll go to the other tower. Can't you install any games that you don't play? Honestly, I love all these games. Oh
At
my
the portal
goodness.
entrance.
Oh, I see.
At entrance.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Oh my god.
Here they are.
Oh man.
They killed y'all. Oh man.
Stage 1 countdown is about
That's
to
kinda.
I don't want. I knew I had the portal going.
What the fuck?
Oh, you're still there?
Yep. I'm going here instead. I'll go to the triangle. Bye, I love you. Oh, okay, bye, Squidward. Thank you for hanging out on the stream. Download a horror game. I do have a horror game on my stuff. I do have Slay the Princess. I do have a lot. Hold on. I don't memorize everything, but yeah. We'll see.
Demonologist.
I have phasmophobia.
Fuck that shit.
Why?
Fuck
You didn't
I should
like
download
it?
Left 4 Dead 2.
Oh yeah, I do have Left 4 Dead too. Yeah, I was on a collab yesterday with it.
I should download
Was it yesterday? Yeah. Been so long. Oh my god.
And then add a whole bunch of anime girls to it.
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
Add Among Us to the game.
Oh my god, Among Us.
Oh, where are y'all at?
Among Us.
Oh my god, Nachi, why at Himalaya?
Yeah, I'll be there soon. Trust.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hi.
What is that game? This is
Ooh,
Fate
you have that
Trigger. Thank you for asking, Ariana. Obviously, a game that stays. Yes, Left 4 Dead 2 is gonna stay. Because it's a fun game. We killed the papaya a lot on that game.
Trying to see if we can see them jetting out of the building so I can fucking pew pew them.
Go for it. You got this. I believe in the rose.
I don't believe in myself. What do you mean?
But I believe in you. Okay.
Well,
Time
she
to
found
head
the
there.
enemies that kill us.
Oh yeah, I do have this.
Let's go and try to jet them.
Don't, no.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Come on over here.
I drive motorcycle.
Oh.
Hold on, I have car. Fuck motorcycles if I see car. Car. I drive car. I drive car. I hate this car though. I want the flying car.
Light is spreading.
Guess the flying car can compensate my skill issue.
Lucky number 1.
Fuck, I was missing all of those. It's crazy.
Oh. But we had anything.
I gotta reload.
Fuck you.
Who?
I'm so tired. I don't know why.
Oh no, EP. Gotta go eep. Okay.
Oh, that scar behind
Car.
us!
Weak.
One shot.
Nice.
Okay, I'm going for y'all. Oh my god. And I'm still here even though it's the middle of the night for me. Oh no, what time is it there, General? Oh my goodness. I better the water. Oh, the water.
I don't wanna have sex with you right now.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Doc, for the hydrate. I will hydrate later when
some
it's
over here.
kinda safe.
Oh
You
my
know.
god, that she.
Any meters,
Holy.
huh?
Gotta reload.
That's me. Hello. I'm here.
Hello.
I'm here now.
There's someone around here. I don't know where the fuck they go. Ah!
There's enemy there.
Yep.
Enemies here. One of them
I downed them.
target down.
Well done. Yep. Should be on more
Nice.
down because she was fighting.
Gotta reload.
I need it. Fuck! Give me a DMR! Okay. I hydrate. And I stretch. Ink is duck.
Ah! At the top.
Oh, yep.
Oh? What? Oh, I don't see them here.
If we stay close to the water.
Hydrating! Thank you, dog, for the headband.
I hit her with a sniper.
Drank. I drank.
Ah! Behind us. Car.
Yep, there's a car. Where did it go?
Here they are.
Okay.
Okay, man.
In progress.
Oh, that is
I don't keep 'em
crazy.
Is about to begin.
How?
By shooting the car. Windows.
I gotta reload.
I think I knocked out
The ocean blesses its
2 of their
children.
shields.
Fuck. Oh, are you shitting me? Okay, I'm gonna be in it for the kill.
Nice. Huge.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
no.
what the fuck? That is crazy. You have
so
1.1k
fucking
likes.
annoying.
Thank you, Ariana. Yeah, I downed 2 of them, but I got, yeah. Croissant. Thank you,
I think I
Lara.
should have dinner before I forget. Thanks for
Oh,
inviting
yeah.
us to the game, though. I appreciate it.
Thank yous for the fun game. Thanks for the fun game with them. I miss playing with
down to
y'all.
play again. It's just need to find the right time.
Yeah. No worries, yeah.
See,
It can't always be
Bon
smooth.
appetit.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. It's just me and the bros. The bros. Yes.
Are we gonna
Doc,
go do us?
Doc, are you gonna, Doc, are you convinced now? Can you game with us? It's like the old PUBG days. Hey, Doc, you wanna game? You wanna game? Question mark.
Let's see. I go to
Yes.
bathroom, okay?
You go bathroom. Okay. Have good peace. Fuck no, no, Doc, why? Dog, you see, it's anime girls. Like, look. You gotta see this. You gotta see this. There's a lot of like good anime girls in here. Like, you know, this one, and then this one, and then this one is like the same hairstyle as you. Like, you know. This one and then this. Oh my goodness! Look, this one and this one. The mommy, the mommy, and we have a bunny girl.
Did I zone out again?
Yeah, there's also like a fox guy here, and also like a twink looking. Yeah, man. Like, but the it was. Oh yeah, the name was Kira. Yeah. I like Kira. Kira is cute too. Kira, my wife. Damn, what it. Lyra, do you want a game? Do you want a game? At this point, it's just me, like, asking everyone, like, oh, you want a game? You want a game? Come on. It's free. It's in demo. Not Fate Trigger. No. Oh, Lyra. Lyra's forsaken us. No, it's okay. I just like Fate Trigger. You know, Fate Trigger is the reason I got into Battlefield. So because of Fate Trigger, I was gaming Fate Trigger with friends. Before when its first playtest came, I gamed it and I liked it, and then they said, "Oh, you're gonna like Battlefield then," and then I'm like, "Oh, I gotta have Battlefield then." Then Battlefield released like its beta test, and I'm like, when I tried Battlefield 6, I'm like, "Fuck, it's so fucking good, man." I'm recovering from the concert last night. Oh, how did it go? Oh, yeah, the Baby No Money concert. How was it? How was it? You had fun? Were you are you okay? Did you hydrate properly? Battlefield beta was going. Yeah, that's true. Oh my god. Yeah. I was so close to them. Oh my god. Yeah. Tell us more, Lyra. Oh my god. Who did you come there with? Like, who did you go with the concert? Did you go with your parents, your friends? I didn't. They were also providing small water bottles at the back. Oh, that's nice. You went with your mother? Oh, your mother is a Bibi No Money fan? Ooh, Bibi No Money. Bibi No Money. Honestly, he's a good one. When he announced like his hiatus, I think, or like he said like he's not gonna create music anymore, I kinda got like sad. Like, aw. He creates a good song, so I've played some FPS games, to be honest. Well, yeah, like I've played other FPS games before, but it's been so long since I've played some games. So when I came back to gaming, I'm like, oof. I don't think if I'm gonna be fit with FPS games again, but I played Fate Trigger and Battlefield, and I'm like, yeah, I suck at the game, but I'm enjoying it. She's not, but my only other IRL isn't, and I didn't want to drag them to a show. They wanted like, yeah, it's okay. But I'm glad you had fun though, Lara. Oh my god. Oh, I wish I could have gone there as well. Like, yeah. Bibi No Money goaded. He to be goaded. Was Iron Mouse there as well? Did the Iron Mouse or did any VTubers go there? Or like perform with Bibi No Money? Right now, I'm uploading all the vids I took to my drive to show the friends. Oh, they did have a little showing of it. Oh, nice. Oh, I'm a big Iron Mouse fan. Like a preview before he went into the songs. Oh, did they include the Peak song, the song that he created for Peak, the game? Bibi No Money. They did? Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh my god. I want to give Kira a head pass. Oh, he can give it. He can give it as long as you can game it and then give Kira all the head pass you want. He did like almost all of his songs, even did the new ones he's gonna release. Wow! Oh my god! You got a first-hand experience with the new song that's not released in public. It's crazy. Wow! Oh my god, that's so good. Oh, now I miss going to concerts. Lara is so cool. Indeed, Lara is very cool. Yes, we gotta the follow the very cool Lara, the very beautiful princess.
Oh,
Huh?
what's happening? What's
Nothing.
happening?
Also follow the devil plant that I'm gaming right now is a rose. He does the ratitoo, ratitoo. Yeah.
Thank you for
And
the shout out,
don't
you
forget
shilling.
don't forget to follow the dog, the silly dog. The dog that doesn't like Battle Royale. Why you don't like? Why you don't like Battle Royale? You gotta play. No, just kidding. I'm not gonna force you. Are you gonna stream today, Doc? What are you planning to stream today? What's the stream? Are you gonna stream as well, Rose? Do you have any plans like streaming or something?
Oh no, streaming today.
No, streaming today. Not today. Tomorrow. What's the plan for
Maybe
tomorrow?
later. This
What's
game's like a rage and fucking scream.
Sent you some pics. Hold on. Let me check a Lara. Lara, DM me. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're so close indeed. Oh my god, you're so close to him. You're like on his footsteps. Like a little bit more, he can kick your face. You're so close to Bibi naman ni. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hell yeah. Oh, no, okay. Maybe later? Okay. No worries. No pressure. Yes. Do you want a game now? Okay. Oh, we queue. We're gonna get to randos though, so.
Are we going for the squad of 4?
What?
Are we going squad of 4?
It's always gonna be squad of 4, but
Wait.
we're gonna get to randos in the team. I do have plans for stream. What's your plan today, Doc? I might raid you if that's the case.
Wow, that's why you were
It
asking.
depends.
You sly farfalla.
No. Yeah, if you're gonna stream today, Rose, I will raid you. But yeah, you said you're not too. Maybe Isadok that's getting the raid. Thank you, Ariana. Thank you. I like you as well. Thank you for always like hanging out in the stream. And also, I'm from the Philippines. Yes, a Filipino. A Pipino, yes. Morning tara kape. Ooh, kape. Yes, we like coffee. Except me, I don't drink coffee. Maybe play more Crisol. Oh, the horror game! What chapter are you in now there, dog? I've been watching it, like... Because it's like a vampire game, you know? Bloody. Oh my god, we're queuing for quite a long time. Sus. I think 3 still? Oh. Is it hard now? Almost finished, I feel. Oh, blood, more blood. Blood for blood god. Yeah, that's true. Yes. Absorb them animals. Absorb them people.
Oh my god.
Honestly, it kind of gives like Catholic vibes, especially the enemies like having that
Yep. They get it.
yeah. Oh my god, I gotta get my stuff. Nase, just like Nachi. I got a new gun and the reload for it is gnarly. Oh, is that the sniper thing? I think was it. It's very religious. Yes, kind of gives me Philippine vibes. We have a lot of like santo. Like what do you call it in English? Like a saint effigy or something like that. Was that? I don't know the right word. Saint statue of all the saints in the Catholic lore and stuff here in the Philippines. So I'm like, yeah, it gives me vibes like I'm in a church or something. And like I could kind of relate to the language because it's in Spanish.
Ooh.
Yeah. Gaming. Okay, who are we? Who's jumping? Not me. Okay, don't pass it. I swear, don't pass it. I will kill you. Jump wherever you want to. What? Oh my god, you're the jump master now, Rose. No. Oh, we're gonna jump. Where are we jumping? Where are you taking us? Where are you taking us? It's so Spanish vibes. Yeah, that's true. Also gives me like Filipino vibes. Like I'm in like a church in a local church here. I'm a detach. I'll be right there. But I'll be on the corner side of the. Oh my god! It went through the the house. It's crazy. Oh my god! Oh my god! I have 2 people. Oh fuck! Fuck! 2 people jump at me. That is crazy. Yep, I'm gonna die immediately. Can I just give up? How do I give up again? Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh, you fucking kidding me. Bruh. Bruh.
Bruh.
No, you don't
Oh,
see
there's
me.
a triangle
grass.
here.
You don't see me. I'm in the grass. You don't see me. You fucking see me.
Stage 1 countdown is about to begin.
Where did it go that she... Okay.
I spawned somewhere far though. A bit far. But I'll be there. I sure get some decent items. Oh my god, that's a fucking far crate. I'm not gonna go there. Time to listen to some music while grinding. Good luck with that, General. Have a good lurkies. Really appreciate it. Even the lurkers are very, very appreciated in this household. Big appreciations. Buh. Bye, I love so much. I'm going to eat well, Ariana. Have a good breakfast. I hope your breakfast to be good. Oh, you're here. Hello. Oh, what is that? Wants to see the katakana stream? What's the katakana? Huh?
I gotta reload.
It's Japanese? Karaoke? Oh, karaoke. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, we're still safe.
Oh, what?
For
My
now.
karaoke stream? My karaoke VOD, you mean? Oh, I see. Don't give her the scuffed one, okay? I have better VODs. Where'd enemy? Where'd enemy? Oh, did he kill it already? Nice! You kicked it! Nice. Where's the enemy?
How about a taste of what's to come?
Oh.
Were they alone? Yes, they were. Oh.
I saw them.
It's a Huxley!
What the f-
Careful!
Should they reveal me?
Careful. Fuck you! Where's our
There's still
Huxley?
someone.
Oh.
Just from somewhere.
Nice, okay.
Oh,
No. No. It's okay. It's all good.
Teleportation is now available.
Where are we going? Where are we going, honestly?
I have no clue.
We're inside the circle, but the next circle will probably be around... Probably supply hub?
Warning.
Can we go to the supply hub?
We'll beat ourselves if we don't move.
What the fuck is this thing?
Oh yeah, monocycle. Yeah, you have one, probably.
Here.
Bah. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're shooting for me.
I think I'm done here. I think the chick that fucking got me last time. Did you find her body? Or did she
Nah,
fucking
she
crawl
was
away?
yeah, crawling. There we go. There we go. Oh, there's the two enemies. It's quite far. There's someone on the far area though. My god, I don't have a better scope. I'll send her a clip of you singing. Oh, yeah, okay. I don't have a good scope to snipe them. Have to go near. Nice! Oh my god, I like this Huxley. Oh! Wait. Ah, thankies.
That She's at the top.
Oh, she went. Ah! Fuck. Nope. You're not getting me. No! Fuck. Well.
What I found. A little rat. Hostile target.
Oh boy. I hate Huxleys. Oh, nice! Oh my god, that's so good. Ah, no. Fuck, don't be greedy, man.
Here they are.
Pick her up.
Go time, everyone.
Ah, careful. No!
My god, man. Oh, I'm so stupid. I should have put the fucking wall on the stairs. That way she could have not gone.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
okay. It's okay. Could do more.
What can
I tried doing in my server. I'm gonna try doing it in my server. R.I.P. Yeah. Oh my god, my back. Oh. Time to take a little bit of bite of my calzone. Been eating this all this time. Oh my god. I love you. It's so yummy.
sniffer, 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 sniffer.
If I...
She stinker. Sniff, 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 sniff. What's that? Sniff, sniff, sniff.
And the way sniff up.
Sniff, 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 sniff.
I sniff back. Oh my god, it smells like Zaro.
Wow. I didn't insult my farts. No. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Damn. Damn.
But Zaro is stink though. Do you agree that Zaro is stinky? Game? Are we ready? Game? Ready to game?
Yeah.
Leave it to Cap.
We'll try Asia
My
service.
friend is not back, so.
What happened to the PC? Why are they picking it up? What happened?
Oh, they're buying a new one.
Ooh! Ooh!
Well, they bought it, but they just need to pick it up.
Rich. They're rich.
They should be rich when you're actually emptying your bank account, Silo.
Oh no. PC parts nowadays are so expensive though.
Yeah. PC.
I'm just glad that I bought my PC before it became so expensive. I'm glad that before they became blowing up.
I wish I bought more fucking memory when it was still cheap.
Oh my god, yeah, same. I'm struggling with just 1 gigabyte of SSD. That's it.
Oof.
Yummy. Hi, coffee.
Yell at coffee. Yell at coffee.
Coffee, hi. How are you? A good evening. Hold on, I'm munching on calzone, so I'm eating food. Why are you bonking him? Damn, he went all in with the gamble.
Because I'm yelling at this coffee to eat.
Coffee not eating yet? Damn, that's crazy. It's so late. Go eat.
See? Everyone just says eat. Eat.
Eat.
Eat.
Eat. Even you two, Doc and Lara, eat. Everyone eat. Oh my god. That's it good. I like my calzone. So good. Oh my god, this queuing. Fuck.
Hey, at least be happy. Be happy that it's not fucking 30 minutes. Be happy.
Oh my god. How does it take you that long?
I have no clue. I've been for like, yeah, after a while it just cancels the coin because it took so long. So yeah, I will just like wait and then restart it again because it will cancel.
No.
Nah, don't root into bed, coffee.
No rotting
Get
in
out of
bed
the-
in this household. Get out of the bed. Go
Exactly.
eat.
Yeah, you say it, Nachi. Say it. Say it. Yeah.
Go eat. Or I will offer you to Zoro. I will sacrifice you to Zoro.
Oi, okay, that's too far. Hey, 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 hey. Oi, oi, oi.
No sacrificing to
Oi.
the stinky? Okay, okay. No sacrificing to the stinky then. Ah, match found!
too far.
Let's go!
Star shines on the sea.
Nice. We have another Huxley user. No, you can't make me eat. Damn, that's crazy. I made the num clip named Auntie's Num. No! Man, I would love to have some croissant right now.
Hole? Like to have what though?
Croissant.
Croissant.
Some good croissant. Yeah. I remember eating this it's the flat anime girl game. No! How dare! Oh, Rose is the jump master. Jump wherever. Jump wherever. Where are you taking us? Oh, the solving campsites. I see. I see.
I think I jumped too early.
No. Is this anime girl Apex Legends? Sorta like that. Yeah.
Oh my god, we have people there.
Oh, yep. That's what you get for jumping immediately. Yeah. You're gonna die immediately because people are like into the action. I'm gonna detach though. Going for that harder place. Oh my goodness. A gegluder. Oh my god, I don't have a gun.
Man.
Give me a gun. Fuck. And it's a fucking... Okay, not bad I guess. An SMG.
Yeah, waste our fucking bullets, yeah. Bro. She yoinked the freaking weapon off my fucking face. At last if she was cute, but no, she wasn't fucking cute at all. Oh. I don't know why, but that voice fucking pieces the living shit out of me. I don't know why. How about shut up? Ah, yeah. Why is there so many monoliths here? Jesus Christ, man.
Fancy a visit?
That's very common, I guess.
Here they are.
kind of far away from you, but could pick you up after. Nice, a purple armor.
Oh, there's nothing here, man.
Why the hair and the skirt have physics but the sleeves don't? I have no idea. They should improve it in the future because this is still demo or like a playtest. So it's not the official release yet. Yeah.
Because the save zone is right here.
Yep. Hello. Hi, Battle King. Thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome. Hi. How are you today? It's King. Oh, you know him?
For fuck's sake.
I've been summoned by the one and only Coffee Cat. Oh, damn. Coffee, thank you for summoning your friend. Now he's gonna suffer from watching a scuffed VTuber.
Oh my god, y'all are fucking far. What the fuck are y'all doing there?
Yeah, that was what I was saying earlier. I'm way too far. This is the anime kawaii PUBG game? Yes. I can just say yes. Got him.
Back in the zone.
Light is spreading.
We'll beat ourselves if we don't move. I gotta reload.
Did he just take my... Okay. I thought he took my car. I'm like... Why the fuck are you taking my car, you beige?
I have someone on me.
Okay. This game seems like Apex and Forknife had a baby, but Shinobu was the surrogate parent. Like, kinda like that, yeah. Yeah, I like anime girls. That's it. We're going to you!
One shot, one kill. One down. Hit. One shot, one kill.
Hey, did you already come with me?
Hold on. I'll be there soon. Trust. I just need that 4x scope.
Oh my god.
I gotta get that 4x scope.
Oh god.
Okay.
Oh god.
4x scope for my DMR. Okay, I'm
I
good.
just scanned. So what happened?
Okay, going to you.
Ooh.
Hey, we got some good stuff here.
Hello.
There's a pink backpack right here.
Okay. Who are you shooting at?
I got jump scared by the car. Nachi? Is this one?
What?
Little fucker.
Yep.
Why not you? I trust to be with you, not with those other ones.
Oh, why did you trust me? Why?
Okay, I'm regretting my fucking decision already.
Why did you trust me with driving?
Oh god.
Oh my goodness. Yep.
Oh. Oh. Oh my god.
Wee. What do you mean no wonder Auntie doesn't have her license? I do have a license. But it was nepotism based license.
I'm feeling sick already.
I just paid someone. 4 times scope? Oh man, also I've been chilling, got home from work not too long ago. Hope your stream is going smooth. Yeah, it's smooth. Like smooth. Like a baby smooth, you know. Oh my god, we don't have gasoline anymore. We gotta run.
I wonder why
I'm
we
sorry.
don't have gasoline anymore.
We don't have gasoline because I've been flying that shit for quite some time. Your driving makes my tummy hurt. No, I'm sorry. I do be like that. Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh. Where the enemy? Where the enemy?
One is dead.
Where enemy?
The other one is. Oh Jesus Christ, your slime thing is fucking pissing me off. Not pissing. It's scaring the living shit out of me every single fucking time.
That's so cute though. I'm a water person, you know. Me like water.
Slide.
So it's also not a slime, it's Sharky. It's Sharky away. Coffee got car sick. I'm not cleaning that. Ew, water, what? Why are you hating the water? That's crazy. You're hating them water. Water is good. Water makes you clean. Water makes you not stinky.
Look, they're shooting.
Yeah. Got a snipe.
Where are they shooting? Wait, I think you're running. I think you're running.
There we go. Oh my god, I'm not hitting it. Okay, finally. My god, I'm not even hitting them. That's crazy. Nachi, do you play Apex per chance? No, but I've been told to play all of those. Not gonna lie. You know what?
I think all of them are done, I think.
Fucks this shit. I'm going in. No. Hi, bat. Oh my god, is that the bat? Okay.
Stage 3 countdown.
One is dead here already.
Recall device offline.
I don't see them anymore, honestly. It's dead. There's a
One
corpse
is in the
here.
grass right here.
Yeah. Ah, bat. That's the bat. Hi, bat. How are you? Do you have this? Do you want a game with us, bat? Do you have faith to wiggle? Setanyanomasaurus maximus. What the fuck fuck is that name? It's Set? Was it Set? That's a fucking long ass name. Oh, you're at work. Oh, okay. I don't have it, but been wondering about it. It's free. It's free real estate. You could get it for free. Oh, Rose! Don't die on me.
Wait, where the fuck are y'all?
Someone was like gunning you.
Oh, like there's this chick here. So, oh. Oh fucking hell, that scared the living crap out of me.
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland signature purified water.
Got him.
Using code NDMU.
Wait.
This rock.
Yep. Careful. Nice.
Just run.
Just run. Yeah. Don't forget to heal as well. This feels like Sinova Battle Royale. Yeah! There's also a team deathmatch of this version. TDM. Are we gonna go? Oh no, why am I driving? Bro. Why y'all trust me with driving? I swear I will crash this shit.
We're a long way from safety.
It's only few steps. I think you can do it.
I hope so. I hope so.
Countdown is about to begin.
Nachita, sak block. I can go forward. Just continue until safe zone.
Don't rush it. Kristen's gotta recharge.
Yep. Oh boy.
That's a three. That's
I told you don't let me
That's
drive. Why me? Wee.
oh god.
Wee.
Oh god. Oh god.
Half of all squads.
Okay.
Get the fuck out.
In the arena.
I think I'm gonna grow up.
I'm sorry.
Airdrop delivery in progress.
We're safe. There's
There's a Temu deathmatch. Yeah, it's made in Temu. Yeah.
Watch your position. Air flight is spreading for 30 seconds.
Oh my
Oh, what the-
goodness.
Ooh.
Find a escapers. Oh fuck.
Warning, the pale blight is spreading.
We'll beat ourselves if we don't move.
What else? Okay, I think I got everything there. I like this car more.
Oh god, I just have that. She's just jumping over.
Oh my god. Nuggy, why now? Ah, fuck. BRB. I'm AFK.
Oh, we have enemies. We did you here?
Oh shit. I'm back. I had to open the door for my maid. Oh my god.
Fuck's sake.
I can still run pretty fast on my sea legs.
Reggie! They're coming!
Okay. Are y'all good there?
No,
You're just. You got this. You're just sniping here for y'all.
30 seconds left to go to the safe zone. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
I don't think I need to go there though.
Oh, he got me. What the fuck?
I'll send you the bill.
Yeah, they took my. I think they took my weapon.
And I'm back. I gotta reload.
Warning, the pale blight
I'm
is
boosting my
spreading.
energy.
Oh my god.
What?
I drop ready. I didn't ask for you to save me. So
Yeah,
I
they
didn't
took
pay
my
for it either.
weapons and they rush you towards y'all.
Watch out. I gotta reload.
Why is this game so hard, man?
Where are they? Are they still inside the house? Oh yeah, I can see them.
No, they're behind
Throwing
the.
an incendiary grenade.
One is at the fence.
3 squads left standing.
Just
Oh
two
my
more
god,
to
last
go.
three.
We're close to victory.
Oh my god. Oh my god, just how? Fucking sweats. Just one hit in me.
Stage 6 countdown is
Let
about
there
to
be
begin.
light.
Shit.
Of the ocean.
Up, yep, kinda expected that.
I don't know what
But we've made it to the last 3 squads, so I'm like, huh?
Yeah. That's the better than, you know.
This is why I don't like Asia servers. There's a lot of sweats.
What, in Asia?
Yeah, we were in Asia. I changed the server to Asia.
Explains why I'm getting my ass clapped and I don't know how.
Yeah, we gotta change it to yeah, we're in Hong Kong server. I guess we'll go to your server again, Frankfurt. I don't mind. Especially South Korea. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Are you ready? Are we ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on, wait. Let me claim this shit. Claim. Gotta claim the free stuff!
Leave it to Captain Nasa.
Oh, thank you for the headbutt, King. Great googly moogly day got sweats. Yeah, that's true. The Asia people got sweats. Even in Battlefield, like whenever I play in the Asia server, I'm like, yeah, kind of expect that I'm gonna get yeeted immediately because, like, they can headshot me twice a row while jumping in the air. Like, bro, what the fuck? Like, as soon as they jump and they reach the ground, they will fucking slide. And they will still headshot you while doing it. Like, how? I tried doing that shit. I miss. Yeah. It's... Yeah.
Well, I guess it's time for me to just
Lizard, lizard,
Lizard.
lizard, 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 lizard,
Lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard. Think is a bad. Coffee, did you eat already? Coffee, get some food. They have mastered the art of unemployment. The art of being a NEET. I used to play competitive Warzone in MW 2019 when I lived in Japan. Oh, what? You lived in Japan? Hell yeah, wow. No, that is sniffer. Would you chill? Sniffer.
You didn't take a shower today. You stink.
But I took a shower.
Sweaty
No.
butterfly.
No,
Ew.
I took a shower. I took a shower last night though.
Ew.
But I took a shower.
Ew.
I took a shower.
Yeah, you
I did it.
so.
I did my skincare properly. But no.
You smell.
No. Also, you guys, don't forget to follow the bat. Did you follow the bat? The bat, the one and only bat that likes playing Helldivers for the freedom, the democracy. Okay, so where are we? Oh, we're gonna go for the resort? Ooh, okay. Okay. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck are you? So, this fucking sweat.
Estoy a la bala portocala to choose which one he lands to.
Bro just went ahead. Pinged a lot.
Yeah, like
Helldivers? Not. Coffee sus. I'm going for the big house. Okay, I'm here in this big house. Let's see.
Yeah,
Nice.
people there me.
Yeah, that's kind of expected.
Lucky number 1. One shot, one kill.
One shot, one kill. Honestly, I would rather have no, a normal AR.
Check this out. A little bit of this combat.
Oh, come on, man. I have fucking yellow armor.
What? That's crazy.
Gold armor, and I lost it
Countdown
to
is about to begin.
sniffer.
No. Not she wins, so Coffee uses his wallet. Why? If you win this round, then I'll eat if I have money. Okay. We'll try. No, Kirby, no. Don't eat nothing. No. Cuckoo, wow. The PP land. The PP land got it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm going here. I'm going here.
I'm gonna put everything here and just go there.
Near the transit hub. Ad break! Wait, let me snooze that. Ah! Forgot to glide. Come on, give me a DMR at least. At least. Please.
Ooh, I found a force scope for you.
Ooh, thank you. Oh, is that the gladiator AR? Oh, gladiator. Me like a gladiator. Oh, yellow helmet. Nice. And I go onto the stairs. And then I go there. Come on, give me a DMR. Nice purple armor. There's not a single DMR in this area. Now I gotta find a car. Car. Is that a car? Car. I see car, I go car.
Do people glide? Well, it's only with the ability of certain characters, or you can do it with
Let me drive the shit. Boost. Whee! I fly. My god. What? I forgot you can boost this shit. But man, me driving this shit, crazy. Bumping into trees. That isn't me.
that. Oh my god, that's you. Holy shit, that's
Yeah.
me.
Oh, they're not gonna get me in this if I'm speeding the heck out.
I'm missing so much with this bullshit.
Got him!
Oh, what the fuck?
You can't get me here! Fuck y'all! Just driving wildly.
Yeah, I can tell that.
Yeah, because they can't hit me if I keep on driving wildly. Because they don't know where I'm going next. Oh, the car's about to explode though. I'm out. Is this how you drive IRL? I don't know how to drive a car, honestly. Oh my god! Ah! No! No! Oh my goodness, I killed him. Oh my goodness. Oh, holy.
Oh, they're coming.
Oh my goodness. Ah! He went for me again.
Try to go
This
to the
squad
butter.
went for me again. No. There's like 3 of them in here. Careful. I'll try to crawl to you, I guess. Hopefully I could crawl and they don't notice me. Nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna know. They're not gonna know. Hi, Fire! Fire, do you have a trigger? Do you wanna play with us? Ow! Stop shooting at me! No! Fuck you. Nah, I'm gone. I'm gone. It's all in you, Rose. I believe in the Rose. Let's see. Let's watch Rose, you guys. We will watch the Rose. They're in the upgrade station, so be careful. Damn! Rose do be gaming.
No, that fucking chick is there.
They're in the upgrade station. Yeah, they're. Yeah, they're in there. They're holding up in there.
Yep.
Oh, they went out, I guess. Yeah, that's the person that killed me, I think. Careful.
Airdrop delivery in progress. Stage 2 countdown is about to begin.
Have not been much into Battle Royale lately, but thanks. Yeah, no worries. I just offer it to anyone, honestly. Guess it's free for now. It's a demo.
Hold on, I'm reloading.
Oh
careful.
my! Why are you the fucking
Oh my goodness! I'm in the water. Hello, how are you? I'm under the water. I'm in the
Which
middle
is
of
how
it.
the fuck I'm gonna jet you.
No, you don't have to. Just win it.
I'm not easily deceived.
Oh, it's a full squad, so... Ah! Oh, they have a shield there, so be careful.
Well, that was too late.
Can't glued.
You know, February 22nd is Cat Day. What? Today is Cat Day in Japan? Wow. Squad wide. Whoop. Kinda. Expected.
Killed by people.
I had to bed since it's literally 2:70 in the morning. Oh my god. Please do have good rest, General. Thank you for hanging out with us today. It was a good run. Sleep well. You have a good night, General. Okay. Let me check. I'm gonna look into things. So good luck with the games. Okay, thank you for the luckies, King. Hello. Okay, we're catched up with chat. Damn.
What can I say?
Another
We'll
one.
do better next time.
Another
Time for a new adventure. Let's go.
Another one. And another one.
Damn, it's been already 2 hours. Where did my friend go to catch the bushy?
Damn. Yeah.
It's at the end of the
They might have
world.
been like enjoying it, I guess, or something. Gaming. Nazi gaming.
I need to remember to put more fucking walls down.
Yeah, I also keep on forgetting I have skills. Man, Auntie, I'm so full. I ate 7 slices of pizza, fried pickles, and a slice of cake for dinner. God damn, that's a lot. 7 slices? I can only eat like 3, I guess, or 4. And I'm already full with that. Fried pickles. I'm curious now. What is fried pickles? How do you fry a pickle? God damn. And the slice of cake is understandable. Well, oh shit. Now that you mentioned cake, I have a cake with me. Oh my god, I forgot. Let me eat some cake.
Oh
shit,
my
I have
god, the fucking jump master.
Jump Master. Rose the Jumpy Master. Quick! Thank you for the follow, Julian. Welcome to the stream. I'm playing Fate Trigger, my friend here. Rose, the adorable. Oh, they want to jump there. I see. I am going to die immediately.
Well, I'm not going. I'm going to the portal at last.
I went for the other portal. Peace out and have a nice stream. Thank you. Good night, General. I will not tolerate pickle slander. Who's slandering the pickles? Tell me.
Pickles are good.
Yeah, I agree.
I always make them home.
You always make them what?
I make the pickle jars.
Oh, the pickle. Oh my god, somebody kicked a teammate.
Well, he didn't want to save it at the team, so He's not a baby. He knows what he needs to do.
Now we go down. Wait, how do I go down again? Oh my god. This singer is very tricky.
There should be a children.
Okay.
Is he being attacked? He just respawned. What?
Yeah. I think I did. Yeah. Oh, there, here. Okay. I got it.
Stage 1 countdown is about to begin.
Okay, what the fuck is this?
What? I didn't mean to do that, man.
I gotta reload.
I changed my weapons. My god, the Nogu Borkening.
I gotta reload.
Are you okay, Nachi?
Yeah. Okay, somebody's shooting me again.
And I hear a fucking car.
Let me just heal up. I'm bursting with energy. Wanna go for a swim?
Don't want an SR.
I gotta reload.
Holy!
Oh my god, there's one in the...
man.
Oh my god.
If you spend more time like playing with the teammates than how much he spends in pinking, maybe, you don't know.
I gotta reload. I'll send you the bill.
Okay. I'll throw a smoke and I'll pick you up.
Throwing a smoke grenade.
Here they are.
That direction. I love.
Let me just heal up. I gotta reload. I gotta reload.
Bro, what? What the fuck are they, man?
Oh fuck my delay, oh my
fucking
god.
kidding me.
Oh my fucking sweat. Okay, where are we jumping? Wanna jump here instead? Yeah. Let's not jump near those people. Oh, I see a triangle there. I see pyramid. I go pyramid. Supply beacon. I see.
That's one I've been here for before. I've seen this place so many times that I'm so fucking sick with it.
Warning, the pale blight is spreading.
The pale blood is spreading. Oh my god, gold armor. I'm happy. Big happy moment. Oh my god, it's full of GMRs in this place.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay. just started
statue.
shooting by itself. What? Did it disconnect? Or they died.
No. They gave up. They didn't waited for us or something like that. They didn't want to wait for us.
Dane's sweaty as fuck. Just because you don't wanna fucking back out. Holy moly, man. Maybe just go play fucking Mario Kart.
We'll see. Oh, it was you. Okay. I thought it was an enemy. I'm like, oh no. I'm going down. Where are we going next? Wait for me. I'm here. Drive! You'll see how Rose drives. Rose drives better than me. See? She parks good. If it were me, I would just like crash and then just hopped off the car. That's how I usually park cars, honestly.
I mean, is there a way?
They're gonna cry.
Wait, I hear people.
Yep, same.
They're on top. They're on top where I am right now.
I don't see them. Oh, it's a bot. It's a bot, like real video game players. Real video game player. No, not really a real video game player.
Well,
in progress.
Yep, a kill is a kill.
Zoinks14 asked me, Auntie, how we feeling today? Feeling good or would you say numb? Oh,
Yeah.
sweetie, a bit of both.
A
You
bit
know
of
how
both.
it is,
True.
like sipping on freshly brewed blood tea with a touch
Yes.
of brain rot sprinkled in.
Yes.
But mostly feeling like a happy tortilla
like
pancake ready to flip.
Tortilla
How
pancake.
about you? Ready to doodle some snowball flips or sip some freshly brewed giggles?
Enemies here. I gotta reload.
Number one.
I don't hear.
Sharpie away.
A little regrouping is
Bruh.
combat.
Bruh.
I got a hit. We can do
A gladiator, finally. I prefer gladiators.
someone
Oh,
coming.
enemy.
I gotta reload. Sharpie away.
One down.
Fuck you! Where is it?
Don't rush me. Even Crystal's got her.
Did you just
Nah.
send her body flying?
Yeah, with the skill, yeah, you could do that.
Oh my god, that's so fucking hilarious.
Hold on, I'm reloading.
Okay, time to... Oh, another enemy?
Yeah,
Wait, what?
Over here, close.
What I didn't get? What do you mean I didn't get? Zoinks. Sorry, I was locked in on the game. But yeah, hello. Ah, enemy. I hear enemy.
Here comes Sharpie.
Warning, the pale blight is spreading.
The pale blight's
Ah.
spreading.
Oh, it's probably another bot or something. Yep.
One shot, one kill.
One shot, one kill. Oh,
Hold on, I'm reloading.
I'll check
Oh, we're still in the
the...
safe zone, so...
Yep.
And it would be nice if the bots come more, because, you know, more stuff to freaking... Shit, this is... Ooh. 9 damage.
They died there. So
Meh. Today because they just fucking refuse to fucking back off.
well, I'm sure there's no more people there anymore. So let me check here.
Ooh!
Wait, what? Oh.
I thought it was dropping here. I was so fucking happy. Then I saw the number, so like, oh fuck the gates.
Oh, this is where I came from. Yeah.
They kinda need to do something about the cars. When you're in a car, it shouldn't be okay for you to not take any damage within the car.
Yeah. There's two types of car. One that flies and one that has an armor. The one you're driving has an armor. If you press shift, it will activate the armor. I think. Was it shift? Yeah. It will activate the armor. Okay, let me listen to that while Rose is driving. Let me deactivate Tanji again. I didn't hear it properly. I trust the Rose. So it said, it's sipping on happy turtle penguin on some snowball flips or so. Snowball flips is crazy. Yeah, the AI doesn't know the song, I guess. It's okay. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. Where are we going, Rose?
Further into the zone.
Okay. Oh, the pyramid thing again. Go, 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 go. Oh my god, you missed.
I haven't missed.
Oh, careful, careful. There's like a lot of people. Oh, another video game person. Yeah, go for it.
Jet in.
Ah! Okay, there we go. Let's go away from this shit. Wee! Go for it! Oh, we have the armor on, that's why. Oh shit. Okay, oh, an SR extended mag. Oh.
No, the car! Oh, there's another one closer.
Okay.
I gotta reload.
Get it.
I go in. What? I don't know why it went on top. But it does know in the end. Yeah, probably. Go for it! Nice! Oh my goodness, so proud of you. Yeah, there's nothing in there.
I gotta reload.
Stage 4 countdown is about to begin.
What?
What? What? Nice, okay.
Half of all squads have been eliminated.
The enemy teams are down to half in the arena.
Enemy.
Airdrop delivery in progress.
I gotta reload. Hey, an airdrop in the arena. Anyone help?
Oh, but you went out of the car?
Get out of the car. They're fighting other people though, so I'm safe for now. I'm gonna hide.
I'm just
The
gonna...
pale light is spreading.
I'm gonna try to snipe them.
Oh my goodness! It's cinema over here. I died. You got this, Rose. There's like a lot of them in there.
Hold on, I'm reloading.
Nice.
Combat.
I always fat finger F and G. I wanted to throw a grenade, but I pressed F instead, so it took me out of the car.
Stage 5 countdown is about to begin.
I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, indeed. Uh-oh.
Yeah, uh-oh.
Hold on.
I'm not used to like the toggle ADS. I think I will have to change that. Hold toggle for ADS, yeah.
Number 1.
Damn, Rose Gaming.
Watch your position. Pale blight is spreading in 30 seconds.
Look how Rose will kill all these 11 people. These 10 people, I mean. Trust, she will win this.
My ass, I gotta fucking see with this fucking...
Hold on.
Video scope
reloading.
PP fucking scope.
It's
See my own
okay.
geek with it.
Squads left standing.
It's an SR with a shitty scope.
Warning. The pale
I do
blight
have a
is
better
spreading.
scope though.
The pale blight's spreading.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, careful. You're being sniped, I guess.
Oh!
Remember their protection. Here they are. Showtime, everyone. Don't rush.
Careful. They could still go inside and kill you.
I know.
I think they'll go on top of you or something.
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland Signature Purified Water. Using code
NDMOON. Thank you, Scalpy, for the hydrate. No! Don't sniff, Rose! No! No! Don't sniff the Rose! Oh no.
I tried. I was trying to jet on this corner and just put the wall and in case they shot me, I would just go down, but...
Yeah, it's okay. You did your
They were
best.
fucking sneaky.
You were on the top
man.
3 squads, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Duck.
Yeah, totally not thanks to the people that fucking left, like the doodles there.
The dude.
Can I go back to this lobby? Jesus Christ. It's such a pain to like just back to the main team.
Something to be proud
Yeah.
Fix it, okay. 5 kills. You have 5 kills, I have 5 kills.
Yeah, but mostly mine was like bot kills. Another one?
I'm ready.
Leave
I
it to
didn't mean
Captain
to
Massa.
invite that person. I Anyway, need to battle real quick. I'll be back.
Okay. I cancel for now, so in case. Y'all don't forget to hydrate and stretch. Okay, okay. You're eating that cake? The cake? Which cake? Which cake we talking about, huh? Hydrating is gross? No way! Why? Why would you do that? It's not gross. It's a must. The cake. Cake with reverb, you know. Gotta have that cake.
Suck.
Suck. Okay, I hydrate.
What happened?
Water is a scam by the big plastic corporations to make you buy more plastic. Honestly, I use refillable containers. That's why I have an aqua flask, a flask that retains heat and cold. Whatever you put in it. So I use that. I just refill it again and again and again. Clean it occasionally, like twice a week. So yeah. Don't you eat plastic? What? Damn, that's crazy, dog.
I'm ready. I'm ready as I've never been.
Don't we have microplastics in our systems already? Well, yeah, that's true, that's true. Okay, I'm queuing.
Being plant. I'm a plant. What's that?
A different plant. Doc, that's hard candy, not me. SMH, now you're confusing us. What? You hate me too. What?
God.
Doc, confusing coffee as candy is crazy. So it was candy that eats plastic? I was told you eat plastic. So who told you, Doc? Who told you?
Wasn't that Zoro that said it at some point?
Was it? Was it?
I think it was Zoro. I swear to God, if I'm the jump master again, I'm gonna fucking cry. Yeah, I think it was in VC, but I can't remember who was it that said it. If that was like Zoro, or was it? No, I don't think it was GTA either. No, there were more people. Was it Snake? Snake? You know, there's a chance that might have been Snake.
The snake.
I can't remember. As if you're the jump master, like a fresh plate of air for dinner. Air!
It's not us.
Food. It's not me. So go and make food.
No, I mean, fuck. We're gonna die here together. Someone said that coffee cat and hard candy eat plastic was its snack because their cat was eating plastic or trying to. Really? For a jump master Rose unfortunately wasn't the jump master. I don't have money to buy. No, the poor coffee. The poor coffee. Oh no, come here. I
Hey,
give
that's
headbutts. I will put us inside that red building. Oh, you went away. Damn. That's crazy. Already went for the good ones. I just gotta replace that shotgun. 'Cause I'm not a shotgun user. Okay, now it's 80. Oh, nice. Oh my god, that's far better. Nice. My gear is complete. I just need to upgrade the accessories.
Okay, let's go with the sniper already.
Nice. That is nice. I don't have a decent shield though.
I don't like the fact that it's so silent.
Yeah. Everyone's trying to loot, I guess. Okay, a blue shield, not bad. Now let me fix this shit. Swap that shit. I'm good. Okay. Supply drop already. What the? I'm going through doors, I guess. Huh? Hi, Maria. Hi.
Oh, there's Zora. There's a scope here.
Here they are.
Oh my god.
Watch me on stream. You're putting a pacifier on me, huh?
I should tell it. Use my
You
golden
fututa
soup.
putata. Oh no. Used your ult already. It's okay. There's nothing up there, I swear. Already looted there. Does that meet me in VC2? No. Rose can still hear me, but y'all can't hear me. Yep. So it won't affect the gameplay in case. Especially with like team stuff. Less guilty now. That's crazy. I just hydrated!
Now you know my pain.
Okay, I hydrate again. Mods ban Zoro. I time out Zoro.
Only time Zora if coffee's gonna eat. If not, don't.
Then that means coffee's gonna eat because I timed out Zoro. You gotta eat!
Yeah, after coffee. I wish I could fucking send food to coffee. Shall it down.
What? Why are you gluing me? This stupid potato. Hello.
Hola, buenos días.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca? La biblioteca.
Don't
Classic.
stand up, yeah, take care.
We'll beat yourself if you
Elle.
don't move.
Time for a grand
Helvete, fy fan, vad fan. Roll up!
Are we gonna
Så
do that?
roll upp.
We could literally just sit here for a while. We are still in the safe zone.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go around and loot. Sell socks. What? Why are you selling? Why do you want coffee to sell socks? What? What? What are you
I'm gonna beat
planning,
that
Zaro?
potato.
Are you planning to buy coffee socks? Huh?
Oh yeah, do it, do it.
I didn't know you had that in you, Zaro. Like, bro,
Oh nice.
that you changed how I view you now. That's Dutch.
Who has sworn someone shoot? Or was that you?
Nah, me. I'm just gliding here and there. Zoro's a freak. Damn, that's crazy. The hiccups. Eh.
Oh, enemy spotted. Oh god, there's car.
Car where? Oh, they're far. In the far, I'd say. My god, I can't believe I'm hitting them. There's another one nearby. Oh,
Yep. Oh, there's someone in your building.
oh, no way! What the fuck? Careful.
I know. That's why I'm just sitting in the corner.
Ah, someone jumped. Careful. Oh my
Fuck's
goodness.
sake.
They are very aggressive. Oh my goodness.
I love how every single enemy team has their members like close to each other. But when it comes to our team, no one's like close to us. They're just shooting random fucking million of fucking enemies.
Damn, they got the good armor now.
Yeah, that's
I'm gonna go
Gonna start
far
hunting.
away. I'm gonna go here. I'm very far from everyone now. No one's gonna get me! Unless... Oh my god, there's people here, I guess.
Airdrop delivery in progress. Stage 2 countdown is about to begin.
Oh, I'm in the circle, so I'm happy.
what the fuck, bro? I'm getting shot.
Third party here.
Yeah. Oh, yellow armor. A yellow helmet. Not bad.
Why not?
lucky number one.
Okay, man. This immediately came back to where we were. Fucking kidding me.
Yep,
And it's the same fucking people too again.
yep.
I gotta reload.
They're way too coordinated. I think they're fucking full friends squad.
Yeah.
I gotta reload.
Oh.
Honestly, I'll just go to this car and just drive off, I guess.
Yeah, just meet them without a person.
Can I pick you up though?
Warning, the
Ooh, let me drive again. I don't know. Not in this place, I guess. Wee. I'll be like, wee. Oh my god. Where did he going? I went to him and now he's going away from me. Oh, he's going there. Ah, I see. Gotcha.
Well, time to read my manga.
Wanna go for a swim?
Honestly, if I die, I'm just gonna leave this guy.
Airdrop delivery in progress.
Bruh, what is this motherfucking thing? A Saturn burger? Oh my god, I shot it from that far. It's crazy.
Fish ahoy! Blessings of the ocean. I gotta reload.
Be advised, recall devices will go offline in 10 seconds.
I thought there's two of them there.
Stage
Well?
3 countdown is about to begin. Recall device offline.
Bruh.
Be more careful. I gotta reload.
Damn, he's a better driver than me. Nacha, did you take Zoro to get his rabies shot? No, I'm sorry. The rabies shots were out of stock. That's why you better be careful with Zoro. If he bites you, you're gonna be, yeah, you're gonna be afraid of the water. So, yeah, be careful. I'm just saying. Just saying. Gotta be careful. Enemy. Fuck you! Oh my god. Nice.
Airdrop delivery in progress.
Ooh, another good find. Supply drop inbound. Only 30 seconds left to go to the safe zone. Let me just heal up.
Ah, not a good one.
Watch out. I gotta reload.
Warning, the pale blight is spreading.
There's light spreading. Run for your lives.
Tick tick.
Over there. Watch it. Let me just heal up. Fish ahoy!
Half of all squads have been eliminated.
Part of the safe zone.
Time to eat.
Stage 4 countdown is about to begin.
Oh boy. Ah, damn, he's a good driver. Oh, that one's busted.
Airdrop delivery in progress.
Oh, there's an airdrop that's going there nearby.
Only 30 seconds left to go to the safe zone.
Oh, he isn't going for it. Oh. Damn. Okay. We're going in here, I guess. This is not active though.
Warning, the pale blight is spreading.
Good camp here. Finally, a jammer. Thank you for the headband and the rose noises redeemed. Oh, okay. That shit, this shit, my stuff. Okay, I'm good. Bro. I got the Tempest LMG. Have a. Okay.
Stage 5 countdown is about to begin.
Whew. I can still run pretty fast on my sea legs.
Okay.
3 squads left standing.
What?
Only
Last
2
week?
teams left. They'll at least
Fuck.
get
Okay.
third.
Gonna
2
start.
squads left standing.
Oh my god! It's only us and them? Oh boy. What's the plan? Oh.
Blessings of the ocean. Without form, but takes every shape.
Yep. Damn, that is crazy. Oh my god. Can he win against those teams? I have no idea. Not confident about this. Honestly. Yep. Top 2 only. That's crazy.
But it's still better than it being less, but you know.
I just got like carried. Why so quiet? No game audio here. Wait, really? Wait, you don't hear it? Hold on. I didn't know. Wait, on TikTok? Hold on. Wait, all this time? I didn't know. Thank you for letting me know. Chang, hold on. Let me fix it. I was like, yeah. Huh? I didn't know. It's oh. Damn. Does this work now? Okay, does this work now? I hope you hear it now. Thank you for letting me know, Chang. My TikTok stream is scuff. Okay, there we go.
Just the result I was
Ready?
looking for. I always knew I could do it.
Ready.
Ready. Okay. Hey. Now you can hear something? That's good, that's good. Is it too low? Chang, was it too low? I could like increase the gain for the music and stuff. For the sounds, the game sounds in TikTok. Oh my god. Hold on, baby. BRB, I gotta talk to my maid real quick.
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland signature purified water using code NDMU.
Oh my god, I'm back. Turn it up a little bit. Okay, I got you, Chang. How about now? Should be okay now. For the game music, like and stuff.
When we lift our sails, a new star shines on the sea.
Okay. Yeah. Aren't you sleepy yet, Rose? Isn't it like very late there already?
Girl, I woke up at 10.
10 p.m.
Night.
Oh my god, same.
Yeah.
I
so
slept
I
at
woke up
10 p.m. and I woke up at like 4 a.m. 4:30 a.m.
And I went to sleep at 3 afternoon and I woke up at 10 night.
Oh my god.
So yeah, there's no such thing as like sleep fucking schedule anymore.
What is sleep? Okay na. Okay. Thank you, Chang. Thank you for letting me know. How are you today? Good morning, by the way, Chang. What's for lunch? Are you cooking stuff today at work? Oh my god, is that the nephew, Kyle? Oh my god. Hi, Kyle. Thank you for liking the live. Noogie! 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 I got the Noogie with me, you guys. I have the Noogie with me. Ding ding! Thank you for the rose, Kyle. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you, Cheng, as well for the... Oh my god, the Harmy. Was it a Harmy? Yeah, it was a Harmy. Thank you. Also, Asuma for the three fluffy hearts earlier. Thank you. Thank you. Naggulay lang ako ng mais. Mais? What kind of mais? Ambek. Yung white corn, oh my god, the white, oh, the ginisang mais. Is it ginisang mais? Chang, oh my god, I love that. And you gotta put malunggay on it. Like, bruh. I like it. I could eat it as is because like white corn is just like rice. Hi Val, hello, welcome to the stream. How are you? Good morning. Wait, not just Pipino. Yeah, I'm a Pipino. Pipino pride. You gotta say that putang ina. Putang ina. You gotta curse it and like, oh my god, we have a.
I'm here to light up the world.
Oh my god, we have someone in the game that
Don't
speaks
dig up the
in my.
past, dear. You don't tell yourself.
Bruh's open mic. How do I control this shit? Like he's fucking.
Hold on, muted. Oh. If you click on the mic stuff icon. To the
Yeah,
side,
I turned it off for the squad.
yes, okay.
I turned it off. He's noisy. Yeah, as a Filipino, you gotta take pride in saying the putang ina with the very crispy accent, you know. Putang ina. Ay putang ina. Oh my god, my doggy. My dog is triggered by that word. My dog is triggered with the word. She knows that when I curse like that. I hear the jumpy master. My dog knows that when I curse like that crispy, there's like like an intruder type shit. Now she's alert. No, Noggy, there's nothing. It's the stream, I swear. There's no enemies. The enemies are in game. Okay. Here we go again. Oh, we're gonna die.
I think I jumped too early.
Yeah.
I jumped too early. Oh my fucking god.
We could go possibly here.
I think we're making it.
Oh, we're making it? Okay. I'm gonna go here.
We're making it by those fucking people. So you know what? They just.
I just detached. Good luck. Oh my god. I'm running in with like 4 squads, I guess. Good luck to me.
Oh, did you go there
I
then?
went. Yep. Went inside. Like this silly me. Oh fuck. It's a fucking hot sleeve. Fine. Of all people. Why is it the mummy? Well, I don't mind. I mean, please kick me, mummies.
Hi.
Please kick me, mummy.
Oh, fuck.
Please.
The chicken is fucking around.
Kasama mo sila lagi? No, Kyle. I'm playing with Rose. One of my friends. The devil plant. They're very adorable. The very adorable Rose.
Oh, no.
Yes?
Yeah, I'll bite.
No! No biting. No biting in this household. I was playing with Snowball earlier though, sir. Yeah. The Dubio gay.
What the fuck?
Oh, nice.
The fucking stuff disconnected.
Enemies here.
Oh, you got disconnected? Okay, I'll go to them. Yep.
Here comes Jackie.
Whatever. Ah! Ouch.
Ooh, let this VTuber drive and fly this fucking speeding car. Me! Oh my god, I crashed into a rock. That's crazy.
Hey, Nachi?
Yeah?
Nachi?
Oh my god.
Mahal kita.
Yes, I love it too.
Oh.
Me like it the washi. We're enemy. I hear enemy. Oh, fuck.
I gotta reload.
I need to loot real quick because I have nothing. Oh, what? There's nothing here.
It's okay.
I gotta reload.
Did you die? No. Okay,
No,
still.
I didn't.
Ow, what the fuck?
Almost though.
Let me just heal up.
Oh, those are the supply fucking points. Oh. Okay.
You're good?
I'm being sniped from fucking Delal Himalaya.
Oh no. Okay. I have a big backpack, so I don't have any problems. Putang ina si Optimum Prime. Know that meme very well.
Warning, the pale blight is spreading.
The pale bride is spreading. Oh. I can hear someone. I swear.
You fucking kidding me, man.
The ocean blesses its children. Every shape.
Oh my god, it's so fucking... Yeah, it's a whole squad that went after me, so be careful. Well...
Enemy sighted. Just fixing myself up. Reloading.
I'm way too far, I guess. Yeah, so don't go after me, I guess.
We got. Oh. They're literally here. Oh shit! I don't have any.
Yep, they went for y'all.
Mind the thorns.
Showtime, everyone! Check this out.
Reloading.
Fly out.
Flying with you, dear Clay.
This stupid gun! I swear to God, I hate it.
Oh no. Do you think they will get us, or do you think we should like give up? I think this guy is trying to retrieve me.
I don't know. That was such a fucking BS fucking start of a match and
Yeah, let's start a new match instead. Let's return to lobby.
Go aerial.
How the fuck do I even go to the lobby, man? I'm pressing escape to return to lobby, but it's not letting me.
Onyo.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, okay.
It
We
can't
kill
always
another
be
one.
smooth sailing, you know?
I don't know enough Tagalog to converse. I'm too Americanized. Wait, what coffee? Are you Filipino, but you were born in America or something like that? Philam? It's okay. I have quite a few friends that lived in America and was born in America. So, but their parents are like the one that migrated, so they know Filipino. But them, since they grew up there, they don't know it. They only know a few words, but not enough to converse. So that's okay.
Hey, Nachi.
Yes. Oh yeah,
Leave it to Captain Nasa.
No, you know we can go in squad of 2, right?
Wait, that's a possibility?
Yeah, cancel it. Click
Oh,
on the
okay,
Backender
okay.
trials.
Okay,
And on
let's
the
go
Backender trials,
duo.
you see 1, 2, and 4 heads. Go for the
Yeah.
2 heads and.
I go for the 2 heads.
Okay.
We gotta ready up. Okay.
We can do this.
Okay. I was used to 4 squads always. I never tried duo, honestly.
Should be a tiny bit better, honestly. Because
I
it's
don't
just.
know
You
that.
can always just stick together. And you don't have to worry about, like, the other 2 teammates.
Yes. Yeah, I'm
And
a
then we can have just,
Filipino,
like,
but
2
I was born
enemies.
and raised in Hawaii. Even so, I'm not really American. Oh, wait. Do you know Redmond Rock Coffee? I think. Yeah. Redmond Rock is a Filipino that is also born in Hawaii, but he doesn't know how to speak the language Filipino. Yeah, I follow him before. It's been so long since I watched content of him.
When we lift our
Yeah.
sails, a new star
Slay
shines on
though,
the sea.
slay. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go Huxley this time.
Don't dig up the past, dear. You'll dirty yourself.
I'm gonna do Mummy.
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 Better.
I like Huxley. Mummy. Mummy, hug me. Mummy, give me some hugs. Give me some headbutts. Wait. Let me remove.
Oh, that
I
means one of
remove.
us is gonna be the jumps master.
I like how Huxley has this mole on her left boobies. It's accurate.
Same.
This like yeah, oh my god. Like I don't know if this is TMI. I do have a mole in between my boobies. I do have a mole there.
I have mine on my fucking face.
Birthmark.
2 of them.
Oh yeah, I do have mole on like under one of my eye. Was it right or left? But yeah, I do have one under my eye. Hi, TikTok user. Hi, 30. Hello, welcome. My parents never taught me Tagalog because grandma wanted me to learn the specific dialect from their village, but I still never learned. Yeah, it's okay. You don't have to, honestly. You don't have to learn it specifically. Okay, where are we jumping?
Bye.
Okay. What? Damn.
You fucking sucked it from under my leg.
I didn't like it though. I don't like. Okay, there you go. Get the sniper. I don't like snipers. I like
It's just
DMRs.
funny because I'm like, oh, okay, I got this.
Weapon.
And then, as you see, I didn't get it. Like, who? Wait, who? And then I see the animation of the things being sucked into your body. Like, okay, that's a thing.
They don't like you.
You're a fucking magnet, damn. I mean, fair enough, because you're cute and everything.
No, no,
Ah,
Riz.
Enemies here.
enemy.
Yes. Enemy where?
Time for a
Where?
grand
Oh, yeah. I killed one.
Get this. First target down. So far.
Wait, I kick. Don't kill. No! Oh, it's okay, it's
a bot
okay.
anyways.
So we could know where the other person is.
That's
Well,
enough.
there she
Yep,
is.
I guess that's it. Yep.
You have anything?
Well, it's a bot.
Countdown
Yeah,
Countdown
it
is about to
sucks.
begin.
If you wanna learn Tagalog, oh my god, I got it. You don't have to remind me. I played the beta. I played this game so much when it was in this beta playlist. I'm like, not addicted. Been playing this a lot. And then I discovered Battlefield. And I'm like, new game,
Y'all shall convince Nashi to play Hunt. Shall we?
Yeah. Honestly, I'm interested in the game. Yeah, I just don't have the funds to buy it yet for now. But
We heard that chat.
but-
Get the game.
no.
And so you can laugh at Nachi. You can point the fingers at her and be like, ha ha.
Am I gonna suffer? Maybe.
Oh, 100% yes.
That is true.
At the
That
beginning,
is
yes.
okay. Rose is gonna carry me, trust. I
I
trust
can't carry
the
my own
Rose.
weight. What the fuck do you mean?
You gotta carry me. No, you gotta carry me.
Yeah.
I can make the sounds, the NG sound. Oh, yeah. It's kinda hard for those that don't know how to say the NG word. Like, the ng sound, the ng. It's just like how I struggle saying Swedish words and German words with with their the back of the tongue. I struggle with that because I grew up not saying it. So it's okay. That's understandable. Oh, I hear enemy.
So far. There,
Smack them.
Kick!
It's a
We're
bot.
the enemy.
All the way to fucking Himalaya, 110.
That's a bot. Yeah, that's a bot if that's the case, yeah. It's okay. Don't have to go for them.
reloading.
Language is hard, yeah, but it's fun learning it. I like learning languages even though it's like the basic ones. Because if I know that if I encounter one person that speaks that language and I use it on them, they're gonna be like, oh, you know it, oh my god, we're so gonna be friends. And I'm like, yay, friend, another friend, yay. That's me.
Oh my fucking god, I never did this myself.
Ow.
I didn't hear your footsteps, so I just turned around and see someone with a gun next to me, like, oh! Like, where the fuck did you come from? What do you want from me? I don't have money. I'm poor.
Mind the thorns.
Mind to the tones. No enemy, okay.
Ah,
Okay. I see some. Oh shit, I killed him.
Reloading.
I should have kicked him instead.
Reloading.
Warning, the pale blight is spreading.
The pale blight is spreading. Time to put our plans in motion.
let's see what this chick.
Down. Reloading.
Nice, well done.
Okay, I'm gonna kick him. I'm gonna kick. Ah! Never mind. Okay, there we go. I squad wiped. Is that you? Oh, I see you. I'm sorry. That's I'm sorry. I was like, I had to make sure. I just had to. What if I teach Rose Tagalog during a game of Hunt Showdown? Maybe. Oh my god. Are there Filipinos gaming that game? Like, is there a lot of Filipinos gaming that? Because in Battlefield, there's rarely Filipinos in there because it's so expensive in here.
They're probably on
Battlefield
the
is so
Asia servers.
expensive. Buh. Buh.
Fucking breaks my fucking chair. I'm too scared.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to hit you. Was just double checking.
Me wearing a number on top of my hand, Nachi. Is that an enemy?
Pew 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 pew. Just had to make sure. Pew 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 pew. In 2020?
Why?
Yeah, there.
Okay.
That's me. That's me. I'm here. I'm trying to go there.
Proceed to this location, dear.
Wee. I fly. Go up. Okay, there we go. Just gotta make sure there's no enemy.
Mind the thorns.
Nothing. Okay, good.
Reloading.
Oh my god, a 4 times 8 elbow. An 8 times scope. I'm happy. I'm happy.
Hey, Nachi. I want to scare you, but
Yeah?
the fucking thing is coming.
Something to my liking there.
The what?
The white spot is coming.
It's okay. The first blight isn't hurting much. Can run.
Can go. Why is there no fucking car on the waters? This is discrimination.
No water cars. Why are there no cars?
Stage 2
There should be.
is about to begin.
Probably the game saw what Natch did last time with the fucking water car. And they're like, yeah, no, bye.
Nuggy! What's with the whimpering? This dog. You play Roblox? I don't play Roblox. I do have Roblox account, but I rarely play it. Only if I play it with friends that I trust. Hi. Sorry, that's also this is not Fortnite. This is Fate Trigger. I don't know if you see the stream description on TikTok, but I selected Fate Trigger, so everyone knows I'm playing Fate Trigger. Okay. Okay, what else did I miss on stream? You remember me? You need to calm down. Okay. Hi, welcome. Sad Noggy. I don't know why she's whimpering. Oh, somebody's getting it, I guess. Somebody's getting that activated stuff.
Oh.
Or is it? I don't know what's the color when it's activated, but yeah, that's a good area to die, but also a good area to loot. When it's activated, you get like all those big and good equipments and stuff and upgrades. I will just throw a lipstick on it, I guess, just to make sure we're good. Just have to make sure I run.
Ooh, force scope here.
Oh, there's no one in there. We could use it. You want to use it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're using it. Once we use it, you gotta stay inside the circle, so people are gonna be attracted to us because we're getting it.
Gonna attract this reticle up there.
Yeah, we're
Fucking
activating the harmonizer. Okay. Here we go. We gotta stay inside the circle so it loads all this stuff properly. So the first glowing circle here is where the first items will
Do you feel
appear.
it, Nachi?
Then after
time
all
to
3
hydrate
levels,
with
the
some
chest in the middle will open.
signature purified
And then we get all
Waltu
the good
using
ones,
code
the goods.
NDMU.
Using code NDMU.
Oh, I
There's
sucked him out.
enemy there though. I'll hydrate. Okay, thank you, Coffee, for the hydrate redeem. Okay, there you go. I hydrated. Oh shit. Yep, it's gonna hurt for a bit, but we gotta. Okay, first item's gonna go out. There you go. Go for it.
That's you. That's you. Go. I already
okay,
took
okay. Okay. I'm good. You can get it if you need it.
Recall devices will go offline in 10 seconds.
Yeah, we don't care. We like the harmonizer. Should have activated it earlier.
Offline.
Keep moving. Playtime's over. Time to get serious.
Oh my god, they're going at it there.
We're having fun.
That is a lot of gunning. Gun
Ooh, I
noises.
see them.
You see them? I don't see them there. Oh, on this side, I guess. Oh, the new items out. Adjudicator! This one is a sniper rifle. I'm not really a sniper person, so you could get it. I'll get the emergency shield.
Yon, gimme. Oh.
Oh my god, it's my LMG! My Tempest LMG! Oh my god, I'm getting this shit, man.
Okay,
I am so getting this shit.
Airdrop delivery in progress. Stage 3 countdown is about to begin.
The safe zone's quite far.
Oh wait, don't we have? Oh, we don't have the fucking motorcycle.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, there's a car.
Not too late to turn back. Your friend told you that.
Oh my god, there's another emergency shield here. Okay, fine. I can only carry one, I guess. Okay, that's it. Okay, we're going. Need
I
help?
made. Yes.
We're enemy.
Around here somewhere.
I'm not easily deceived. Pick up the pace, my dears. The safe zone's quite
No one's nearby. But we gotta be careful. Yeah, the adjudicator takes time to. Nice.
Don't rush me. Even Crystal's gotta recharge.
Okay, we gotta go inside the circle now because it's gonna hurt next.
Warning, the pale blight is spreading.
Yep.
Light spreading.
Yep, gotta go. We don't have any car. We are so far. Oh my god. We're gonna suffer. Make sure to heal up every now and then.
Pick up the pace, my dears. The safe zone's quite far.
Okay. Quite far indeed. We're running in the snow. Fuck.
Oh, I see a car. I see a car.
Okay, let's go for it.
Showtime!
I didn't mean to do that. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
It's okay. Oh my god. We got this.
In progress.
Let's get moving.
Okay.
Ample supplies will make any fight a breeze.
Go drive. Start it. Make sure to heal every now and then. Heal while driving. Press 4. There we go. Yep. Okay, I think we should go around here or here.
Stage 4 countdown is about to begin.
Let's go here. I'm marking it. Yeah, don't mind them. Just keep driving. They will die in the blight.
But yeah, don't mind them. I'm just scared you actually fucking jump out of the car again.
No, I'm afraid of pressing F now. But I can like go out like and peek out and gun if I want to because of the car. So yeah, we're good.
A little regrouping. Combat.
Okay, be careful now. Okay. Heal up. Okay, nice. I'm healed up. I'm good. Oh.
Ooh, there's some stuff. Oh, we can lose some stuff here.
Okay.
Watch your position. Pale blight is spreading in 30 seconds.
Deadly and beautiful.
Okay, no enemy there. We're good. We could stay ratting in here. Honestly. Stay ratted inside.
Hold on, I'm reloading.
I don't have the small heal stuff, but I don't mind.
Warning.
Yeah, we could just fucking stay here. Honestly.
Pale blight spreading.
Yeah.
Why? I heard someone. There's people here.
Oh, it's not a real video game player. Yep.
We're still fucking scared of living in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
Reloading.
That's true. Not seeing anything though for now. Just ratting this out. We're gonna do this.
Such fucking nuts.
Oh, we went out. Okay. Where are we going?
I heard shootings. We should go fucking jet on top of this building. Let's go into sort of buildings. Right here.
Where?
Stage 5 countdown
okay.
is about to begin.
I'm not easily deceived.
Oh my fucking god. That totally fucking scared the living shit out of me.
I'm sorry. Had to make sure there's no enemies.
I was like, oh, where? Should we go on top of here? So we can
Yeah, sure.
so we can snipe them? Or at last
Yeah. We could. Careful, there's like a lot of noises here and there that I hear. I could throw a lipstick here and there at times just to make sure we're safe.
Those are shooting towards us though.
What?
Warning. The pale
Yeah, I
blight
could have
is
sworn
spreading.
someone. Yep.
Oh.
It was just a bot.
Oh, okay. Where is it? I could kick it and
Here they are.
okay. Going.
It's a bot. Oh. There should be somewhere around.
Reloading.
There.
Okay, check where the enemies. Oh, he's there.
One shot, one kill.
What? Oh. Ooh, I see him. What?
Yeah, yeah. Like they're there, but it's a bot, so I don't know if it like it's worth it. Okay, let's go up again. Maybe. Yeah,
He...
we're going up.
Squad's left 5.
Yep. Just gotta be careful. Okay, I'm checking upstairs.
Stage 6 countdown is about to begin.
No enemy so far. That's a good. Only 6 people to kill. We got this. We got this, Ross. We're gonna win this. We're on the top of the world. They're for sure gonna go here as well, so gotta be careful, I guess.
Yeah, we have to remain in this like white circle that's already here. That's showing on the
Is that okay, no. Okay, we gotta lock in. We are locking in.
Yeah, imagine we getting shot from behind. I'm gonna love myself.
Okay. They're shooting there. I can see them there. Imagine I hit that shit.
I think you just killed her. Yeah, you killed her.
No, I didn't. It will tell that.
Sure?
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, true.
I will get a notification or something that I killed it. Wait, oh, it's only us. Okay, 2v2. We got this. Where are they? We got the high ground, so they're probably down there. We just gotta avoid getting sniped. We're gonna go here for sure.
You feel it, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some.
No coffee. Why now? No. I'm not hydrating for now.
Using code NDMU.
Okay. They're trying to shoot us now. Oh! You kill it? Nice.
Yeah, that's it.
Yay! Oh my god, Rose! Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Oh my god, Rose carried me, you guys. Rose scared me. She did a good job! He did a good job! I'm very proud of him. Oh, you gotta play this one. Yuki plays this game as well, so I'm like, ooh.
Oh my god, 8 kills.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That fucking thing you gave me, the sniper.
Yeah, the sniper is so good, right? Nugget, stop
You have no
whimpering this
idea how
dog.
happy I was.
You were so good at it. Yeah. I'm big proud. Okay.
Sadly, I have to go because my friend came back.
Yeah. Oh, it's time. Okay. No worries. It's okay. Thank you for gaming. We've been gaming for like almost 5 hours already, so yeah.
Yeah. This shit is addicting.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck's sake, I didn't need another Battle Royale fucking thing to jump into, man.
But it's so addicting. Yeah, indeed. I like this game. Thank you for the fun games, Rose. Nugget, stop whimpering! Oh my god, my dog keeps on whimpering.
Aww, the baby.
She wants to go outside, but it's so hot outside. As soon as I open the door outside, she's gonna be like, "Well, I'm staying the fuck inside. It's too hot. It's fucking 30 Celsius outside. It's so hot."
But yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frosh. You have a good night.
You too.
If you're Ipa, but if you're not yet Ipa, good luck. I will have fun with game. Mwah, 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 mwah. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Sniffer.
Sniff. Ew, you stink. Oh, you stink.
A bit,
You have
a
not
bit,
showered.
a bit sour today, huh? A bit
Didn't
sour
shower,
today. Oh my.
Nay.
Oh no, I didn't
Nachi.
take a shower. I did take it.
Hey, Nachi.
Yeah?
Tickle, 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 tickle.
No!
Tickle,
No!
tickle, tickle, tickle.
No!
Oh my god, your laughing is contagious. But yeah, you have an amazing rest of the stream,
You
Nachi,
too.
okay?
Thank you, Sebas. Mwah.
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 Bye.
Bye-bye.
Woof, I go.
Okay, you guys, again, don't forget to follow the boys. The adorable bros. Okay, don't forget to follow the bros. So since we're doing solo, I'm not gonna do solo battle royale, you know. There's a thing called team deathmatch, which is like God game. Just kill in a small area. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do that shit, bro. I'm gonna do this. Oh, there's another area. I know the factory, but the armory? Ooh, let me try this shit. I'm gonna try this shit, like, bro. Wait, let me play in Singapore, I guess. Is Singapore good or Hong Kong? I guess I'll go for good. Nogi! Hi! Why are you whimpering? Why are you whimpering? Why are you whimpering? Why are you running? Why are you running? Oh my god, you're so heavy! Oh my god, Nuggy. Hi! I have the dog. I have the dog in my lap. I have the dog. Go sniffer the audience. Come on, sniffer the vampires. Sniffer, sniffer. Here. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, that's it. You go down now. You're too heavy. You're too heavy, anak. Oh my god. Tanggal na ka. Let me remove this. No. Hold on. I'm removing your muta. I don't know the English of muta. I'm removing it. Stop. Okay. Oh, now you want the humpies. The classic Nuggy wants them humpies. Here you go. Get some humpies. Get some humpies if you want the... Okay. Aww. You kid delayed. Stream ga. No stream to die, I guess. Oh my god. Oh my god. She got 3 good Pokemon cards. Oh hell yeah. That's a good blue, what do you call that? A lucky charm or something? It looks so cute, the white and blue. Oh my god. Okay. But Okay. I still wanna go gaming though, so oh, dog is live already. Okay. Time to jump scare the dog, you guys. We will jump scare the dog. He doesn't know what's coming to him. He doesn't know. Yeah, I bet I did. Don't look at me like that, dog. Hi, dog. He looked at me like so disappointed. I'm sorry, dog. I just wanted to jump scare you. But please hydrate. Drink. Okay. Okay. And go back lurkies. Okay. I lurkies on the dock. So that's for the dog. Okay, let's go back to the stream, girl. I'm back.
It's not just right.
Thank you as well for voicing your movie. It was so fun gaming. It was a fun. The duck. No, I didn't mean duck. I mean the doctor. You know, the doctor, the doc 777. It'll be gaming horror game. No. Oh no, snitching. No. Why you go snitching? Huh? Duck 777. The doctor. Does he quack? Can is he a quack doctor? Is Doc a quack doctor? Like, you know, the one that quacks. A fake doctor. Quack doctor. We don't know. We don't know. Oh my god. Gaming. Gaming. Oh my god, this queue sucks, man. Queuing sucks. Everyone in Asia is still asleep, I guess. But I don't want to go to the other areas of the world just for people to queue and with. Because my ping's gonna be bad and I'm not gonna even like enjoy the game if I keep on missing because of the bad ping. I don't know. Also, by the way, Azama, thank you for the 2 finger hearts. I appreciate it. Mwah. Thank you as well, Kyle, for the rose. You have a good head pat for that. I don't kiss nephews. I'm sorry. I give head pats to nephews. Buh. Buh. Water. Water. Oh my god. I just hydrated now. But talk. Thank you for the hydrate. I fell asleep. Skill issue, Zaro. Skill issue. Maybe upgrade to R instead of Q. What? Oh, the alphabet. This queuing sucks though. Yeah. No, fuck you. Fuck you, Zaro. Fuck you. Skill issue. If you're EP, don't fight it. says me who always fight my EPness. But yeah, you stanky potato. But I will hydrate. Okay, I will hydrate, Doc. My back hurts. Doc, my back hurts. Can I get some healing redeem, please? Just kidding. I feel like I'm the only one using that redeem of Doc. I'm back. Mods ban Zaro. Yeah. Unfortunately, my mods are like asleep. I really think I should get another mod that is always like awake on my time and the time that I usually stream. My back. I don't take no L's, not even from sleep. Huh? L ratio. L plus ratio. Bat replacer spine. Oh, god damn. Maybe me one day, who knows? Yeah, one day, Zonks. One day. We don't know yet. We don't know what's in the future. Oh my god. Almost 5 minutes of like queuing. Bruh. I'll mod if I get to timeout Zoro every day. Why? Oh my god. For just for the sake of timing out Zoro is crazy. See Rose, he's the mean one. Why are you snitching to Rose? Zoro. That is crazy. Oh my god, my model tracking died again. Fuck. Okay, come here, model. Okay, model tracking back. There we go. Because he always makes Rose believe it's me. What? That's crazy. That is crazy. The point is here. Me happy. Me happy. My god, this team deathmatch queuing is so crazy long, man. Hi, love. It's telling you this. I'm not even sleepy. I slept at 10 p.m. last night. I woke up at 4:30 a.m. And I just streamed. Lies. I'm not even sleepy, I swear. That's because I drank the remaining 1/4 cup. I mean the 1/4 serving of the Starbucks matcha latte that I had the other day. So yeah. Hello. Hi, love. Helvete. Jävla fitta. Vad fan. Fy fan. It's actually telling. Okay. You want me to time out Zoro? It comes with a price. Just kidding. Imagine getting a sub just to time out Zoro for like 10 minutes. Possible? Maybe. But I'm not gonna do that to Zoro. That's very unfair. It's telling you to uncover Coffee's secret billionaire wallet. Yeah, he's a secret billionaire. I know it. He's just hiding it from us. Coffee is just a secret billionaire. I'd sub, but I have $0 in my bank account. Sus. Okay. Fuck it. Still fucking kill me. Add a 1 and a 2, 25 zeros. Damn. Uber Eats and hotel is expensive. See, he's rich. He lives in a hotel and only eats Uber Eats from Uber Eats. That's crazy. Not even cook something for himself. Like, yeah, bruh. He owns a hotel. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. No, I'm on a business trip and the hotel has no kitchen. Sus. Sus. That's sus. Hold on. BRB. I'm gonna go pee while it's queuing, so it's time to go pee. Why does the hotel not have a kitchen? Yeah, right? I know, right? Hold on. My bladder's about to burst. Let me pee. BRB pee. BRB pee. Go hydrate, y'all.
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland signature purified water using code NDMU.
Andy Moo. I'm back. Magor coffee. I just peed. You want me to pee again? That's crazy. Hi, Waffle. Hi. Hello, Reen. Oh my god, I'm queuing for 16 minutes now. God damn. Why? Why? That's crazy. Hi, Rigger. Hey, hey. How? Got it? No. Why are you banning me? No. No. Okay, I will hydrate. I got something to munch on. Currently, Frank, do you go? Can we break? Do you have a slot? How you doing? Thank you love for your headband. Yay! I'm playing with the ukulele. Are you playing with someone? No worries, no worries. Take your time. Win it, okay. Go get the chicken dinner. Okay, hydrate. Okay. Okay. We are so back. I'm eating chicken gizzard that is cooked in soy sauce and calamansi, which is like a lime fruit in the Philippines.
Lob Nara asked me, "What is Nachi eating?" Nachi is probably munching on some cheesy lasagna or
No.
maybe a
Yeah, I
Saturn
wish.
burger, you know, something savory and delicious. They might even pair it with an ethically sourced, freshly brewed blood tea for a unique twist. What do you think Nachi should be nibbling on?
Your mom. No, just kidding. No, Snipper. No. Finally! Oh my god!
A new star shines on the sea.
Can't believe it. Oh my god. It took me how long just to queue one game? That's crazy. And it's a team deathmatch. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Why? Why? Okay, it's still loading. My curtains. So it's fucking bright in the room. No. There you go. Okay. This is my favorite. Oh, this is a new area. Oh my god. New area to memorize for team deathmatch, which is something that I like the most. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, I'm liking this. This is why I like this mode. You just kill and kill and kill and kill. Just having fun. They got no chance. Wait! Oh, it wasn't me. Oh, I got 12 kills. Oh my god, he got 27. It's crazy. One more, one more, one more. Oh my god, I like it. Damn, I queued for like almost 20 minutes only for the game to last like what? 5 minutes less? So this is so crazy. Like, bruh. Okay, time to do some mukbang again. I'm gonna eat some cake. Cake? Oh shit, I forgot I have a tea. Is it still hot? I hope it's still hot. I like my tea a bit warm still. Ah, oh my god, it's so good. Oh my god, my tracking died. My fucking tracking died. Oh, it's not. We're back. Okay, which VC am I going to go? Might go to a ukulele VC, you know? We don't know. Oh, I forgot. Or for gore. I should make ukulele ma. Yeah. Where the ukulele here? The ukulele. But how do I give a roll again? Oh, there we go. So she has access to this stuff. There we go. Okay, I put her as mod on my stuff so she could just join the VC anytime. That's a classic ukulele moment. There we go. Your mom's car. Yeah. Your mom's car. Okay, we're queuing again for a fucking long time. You know what? Let's try a different. What is it? Quad? No. Wait, I can do ranked? But But if I go to, let's try going to US servers and then go for the team match. I can't? There we go. Can we queue here? I hope there's more people here because it's like prime time for US right now. Oh yeah, you're gonna get a match. Yeah, I hope so. If not, I'm gonna cry. Americans like their Saturday nights? We'll see. My god, this cheesecake. I like the blueberry cheesecake in Starbucks. It's so good. Also, they rarely release whenever I see the Starbucks selling a strawberry cheesecake or a mango cheesecake, mango graham cheesecake on their patisserie. Patisserie? Was it a patisserie? Under aisle, under cake aisle, I'ma be like, go ahead and add me in advance. Almost done. Same. Oh my god, like I love Starbucks cakes. So good. It's not too sweet. Wow, so auntie of me. Name. Oh god. I really love this one. I'm having fun. This is just gonna be a quick game though, because it's a team deathmatch. Oh, it doesn't work anymore. Ah, I can't throw a bomb anymore in advance. Before it was like, yeah, the thing. Oh my god, these bots. Nachi, I'm hungry. Tell Zara to buy me Uber Eats. Zara, you heard it. Buy coffee, some food, girl. Oh my god, finally. Was it F3 to change? Yeah. This one sucks. Let's try this one. The Beast Buster SG. I hope it doesn't take too long to... Oh my god, I'm sorry for the burp. Oh my god, that was so fucking loud, man. What? That's crazy. What about the other ones? Let's go for a Fali and an SMG. Okay, let's see. Let's see. We'll see how it goes. Oh, I haven't checked this other side. Hold on. Might be the same. Yeah. So it's just the same, I guess. Oh, a bit different, I'd say. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, I forgot Rafali is a 3-burst gun. Ugh. Oh my god. This 3v1. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. I still like this. Oh, it's done already. God damn. Okay. Yeah, I kind of knew it. Damn. Okay. Only 7 headshots. 11 kills. Oh, 11 assists. Oh, okay. It was fun. Oh my god. My ping do be bad though. I got trial points from that. Hell. Let's add a ukulele. How do I add the ukulele? Nah! Add. Ukulele. There we go. I add the waffle. I add the waffle. Let's try finding Mustang. What? Maybe it's just Mustang. I forgot his name before. Well, it should be like that, I guess. But it's a good game, honestly. I like this game. Not addicted. Not addicted. I don't know what the Legion is. God damn, these are sweats. Like you could see their ranks already. Damn. This is like war. War. They even have it on their name. So this is like probably a big sweat party, you know. Sakura Blossom. If only like you could create a legion that can have a lot of like Hi Jap! Hi, welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a good day today. Good morning. Yes. Thanks for coming by. Okay. Let's wait for the ukulele. Oh, recruitment. Oh, that's a thing. I see. Claim. Okay, we're just chilling for now. Okay, so while that is happening, how is everyone? Let's yap. Hold on, let me give a hydrate to Doc. Let's jump scare him again. He doesn't know. He doesn't know I'm gonna jump scare him again. Oh my god, not when he's... This is a good one. I did jump scare him, I think. Oh no, please don't get pissed at me. Yummy blood. Drank! Drank, Doc, drank! Nice. Okay. And then this.
Lizard, lizard,
Lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard. Thank you, love. How are you today? Or are you still awake? God damn it. This dude. You're fine. Helvete, why you still awake? Why you still awake, brother? Oh my god, my back! Ow! Ow! My back. The ukulele. Oh, we're just waiting for the ukulele. Okay? Okay? I forgot my translator is like, yeah. I woke up not too long ago. Oh, okay. Good morning, I guess. Like super early morning for you, I guess. It's like what, 4 a.m.? Stay hydrated though. Okay. Oh my god. I still have to add VOD scrub today, so I might end stream after like a couple of games with the ukulele. Wait, hold on. As a matter of fact, why not I just end stream now and just play offline with the ukulele? Wait, did I do my Battlefield dailies? Have I? But meds are still kicking in, so might fall asleep soon. Oh my god, I wish my meds do be like that always. The thing is, whenever I take the meds, it makes me EP while I'm awake and like, you know, sitting and standing up. It makes me EP. But as soon as I hit the bed, like as soon as I hit the sack, I'm like, my brain be like, nah, you're not eating today. You gotta doom scroll and stuff. Like, yeah, that's crazy, you know? Croissant. Okay, let me. Oh, it's only dog that is streaming right now. I could like. Well, I told him I will raid him after after I'm done streaming, so we'll see. Back to the religious fight. Nice title. Very religious indeed. Okay. Not addicted. I've been waiting for my auntie to respond to my message asking to play Dead by Daylight. It's been hours. Oh, she might be doing something else, you know. She's busy. She's a busy person, I see. We're done? Oh, who you playing with? You got lele who we gaming with? Which VC am I gonna go? Which VC am I gonna go? Do I just join a VC in your server? Okay. Just drag me in, I guess, or something. I'm gonna join one of your VZ.
Come in.
Hey, yo.
Diba? Hi.
Do you wanna
Hi,
join my union?
Jojo. The what?
Hey, dude.
My union.
What's union? The Legion thing?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Cool.
How do I?
Here you go.
Wait, is this like a sweat Legion? You know, the one that needs to rank or
Oh,
something?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I'm afraid like oh.
Yeah. Okay.
How I join?
When we lift our sails,
Jojo, how did you accept it last time?
I went to Legion and there was like a little notification.
Do I have to search for it?
No, you go to friends, and then it should be like on top of friends, and then it's Legion,
Oh.
and then it's gonna be on the notification bell.
Oh, there we go. Got it. I'm in. Yay! Oh my god, that's a lot. I claim. Oh my god. Yeah, recruit ticket.
And now we get to play.
Fear not.
How have you been?
Whatever will be, will
I'm
be.
good. I just woke up like 6 hours ago.
We probably matched quickly.
Can I take Nase?
You can take Nase. None of us.
Yay!
Play Hover, man. I don't think it matters.
I thought you're still a Nase main.
Yeah. I'm still a Nase main. I'm also I main Kira, Nase, and Lexi.
Oh
But
yeah,
I haven't
the
been able to play
mummy.
Lexi.
That's me. This is my third match, so I don't exactly know anything yet.
Yeah, you weren't there for the closed beta, but me and she played closed beta.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot.
Oh yeah.
We did play it a lot, and unfortunately, I would say like the open beta is a lot more better, a lot more optimized.
Yeah, compared to now, I'd say yeah.
Oh, the closed beta was horrendous. Oh.
But I mean, there's good and bad, I'd say.
It was so bad that you can't open another tab while playing the game while also streaming.
Ooh, okay, not very good. Eats the entire.
It was also so bad that you needed to either have a dual PC, or you just had to pray to have a better or to have a better optimized, or is either the game's optimization was horrendous, or you needed a better PC or dual PC in order to run VTube Studios, OBS, and the game itself, because the game took over all your frames. And I mean all of it.
GPU hoarder.
It ate all your GPU, bro.
Yeah. It's a GPU hoarder. And you must like install it on SSD only.
Yeah, she was saying.
I don't know if they optimize it now to HDD, but yeah.
It's better optimized than last time, because I see that your model and you're able to play the game without any issues.
Yeah. Before it was like I was using the free model and I'm having problems still. I detach.
Yeah. Let go of me, Jojo! Let go of me! Jojo! Go away, you fly!
Oh,
check to see if Alfio's banging this man.
Oh, by the way, did Chuna, I mean Mojo Jojo reach out to you about it? Or is he like, you know?
No, Mojo Jojo has not reached out to me in a hot minute.
Yeah, I see him streaming and I'm like, oh, he do be sweating it.
Yeah,
like the rankings again. Yeah.
I got.
He's always been a competitive player. I mean, I like Mojo Jojo as a person, but sometimes he scares me.
That's true.
Not like scares me, and not like scare me as in like, oh yeah, I'm like terrified of this man. No, he just scares me because sometimes he's too nice to me. When all the time he used to call me just a dumb bitch. So it's kind of weird that he's treating me like, oh, he's no longer calling me a dumb bitch. And he's like, okay, what happened to the Moto Dojo I know?
Yeah.
Ooh, I got a gold helmet. Hell yeah.
Bro's
But
trying
I
to
kid not,
change for the better, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah. But old Moto Dojo used to call me a bunch of names and called me a bitch and a bunch of other names that I cannot say because it's slurs.
Yeah.
Slurs, hell yeah.
But yeah, I haven't spoken to him ever since
Stage
she
1
said that
countdown
she
is
was gonna
about to
snitch on
begin.
him.
What?
You said
That's
you were gonna
crazy.
snitch to him, and then he said no, you're gonna yell at me, and then he DM'd me about it, and I did yell at him.
Oh, the
So
first,
yeah, I
the
do not
first
know.
Jojo.
I didn't.
But
actually
he
yell at him
did
that
like.
much.
Now I'm so scared of people like stream sniping me. Like earlier, I thought Cosmic was stream sniping me. I'm like, what the fuck, Cosmic?
That's why
enemy.
you would like. That's why you delay your stream on purpose. That's what I do.
You gotta turn up frequency. No, frequency.
I delay my stream by like
You do it,
10,
yeah.
5 seconds, 10 or 5 seconds.
Latency, that's the term.
Yep,
Hold
yep,
on,
yep.
please.
You should make it late on purpose so then no one can really stream snipe you. A lot of streamers do that.
It also helps with stream quality.
That too.
That's like the main point of it.
Also, did you guys get the person that's shooting?
Yes,
what?
he's dead now.
Can you keep one of them alive so that I can pick them for...
Well, there's one right. Oh, that's the entire team. That was the whole team.
Yeah.
Damn.
No kicking necessary.
Oh no! Oh no, Jojo, we're cooked.
What have we got?
Oh no.
What?
You know the person that we played with before that was playing the
Oh.
orange-haired girl? He's on the enemy team. I just
Oh,
saw
Oh
him
no.
dashboard.
That's not good. That's not good. That guy was quick. This is a problem.
Oh, that guy's so cracked. Oh, we're so cooked, bro.
Oh no, he's gonna come back.
We gotta need a good headshot, lucky headshot of that.
By the way, Chi-Chi, to give you the definition how cooked we are, this
Yeah,
guy
yeah.
was
Yeah.
able to snipe. No, he was able to take down 2 teams by himself.
Yeah, he went on his own,
Whoa.
got 2 teams out.
What a fucking sweat. Yeah, that is big sweat. Like, bro.
He's gonna get us.
Like I said, we're gonna need luck. That's it. I got luck, so
I
we
think-
might have a chance.
Oh my god, bro's gonna kill us.
Cooked
I'm also
to
fond of-
pieces.
Not a good sign.
No, it isn't.
Oh my god, I gotta
Oh,
mute
yeah,
dog
I know.
stream.
I know Chi and I know Choli and Hana are playing together right now.
You in combat
Right?
over there?
Oh, they're sweating it. If it's Ichi, yeah.
Yeah, they're
It's
sweating it.
Ichi. Hana.
They're playing.
With an
competi-
okay?
They're playing compet. Oh, I'm good. No, okay. It's just Hana and Choli. They're playing competitive right now.
Alright. Oh my god, I'm not
I'm
gonna.
surprised.
I'm not gonna touch
I
that
was,
area of this game. Like,
Oh, I
I'm
am
scared
sure.
for my
And I'm
life.
dragging Jojo down with me.
Oh my god, Jojo, good luck.
Oh, now they're adding Noke. Now Noke's starting.
No, Nokia, I knew it. Yeah,
Well,
Nokia likes
that's
this
good.
type
That's
of
lovely.
competitive games.
So how was the previous sniper?
You know, I could go.
The
I
field
could
light
join
is
them,
spreading.
but honestly, I think I want to chillax for my first day back.
Do you see that, Nachi?
Going
It's
straight to
time to
competitive on my
hydrate
first
with
day back,
some
I think it's just asking me to
Correctly,
go.
Sage.
Purified water?
Like,
Using code NDMU.
Oh, I'm not gonna
Jojo.
join like competitive stuff with friends from US because I'm just gonna be a liability. Yeah, but
Yes,
I'm just
hello.
gonna be a
Well,
liability. Because
okay,
like
well,
yeah,
you consider
competitive
yourself a
stuff.
liability. Do you ever heard of the reverse logic? If you say that you're gonna be bad at something, then you're gonna be bad at it. What's
I
up?
don't
What's up?
know.
Because
Hi, Fuzzy.
Busy.
What?
What the fuck is that entrance thing of his? What I say?
I don't know why he put that as that, but he did.
Fizz! Oh my god, thank you for the 100 counts in the god away. Hold on,
We're
let
no
me hydrate.
strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. There's no, I forgot the other lyrics.
Why is it not going in? What the fuck? What? Okay, okay, there we go. There we go. I'm in.
I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never
Oh
gonna
no.
let you down.
Oh my god. Rickrolled!
Thank you for the sub.
Rickrolled!
Anyway, so how's it going? I got dragged into
Nashik to love.
playing a game here.
Thank you, Fizz, for the V-sub. Oh my
Yeah, we're
god.
playing Paycheck right now.
Fizz, do you have it?
I need to download it.
Yeah! Hell yeah. Go download it, bruh. More people to play it, more fun.
Oh, I want that!
I'm going with you! Yeah! I get in. Yeah! Bye, y'all.
Alright.
Rah!
There's people.
Who let me to drive? Who let me to drive? Where the person?
No, there's two people. I could have. Oh, it's weird.
Oh, this game does
Must have ran away or something.
I saw the foot. Oh.
Yep. Oh,
Okay,
you gotta kick. Kick.
Killed.
Nice.
Oh, right, you need to get your
Where's the enemy team?
There.
On the other side.
No, it's far, I think. Yeah.
I think we can ignore it. Okay, I'm going.
Yeah.
I gotta reload.
Wait, I go back to your car.
Airdrop delivery.
I love.
Stage 2 countdown is about to begin.
Bruh.
You and JoJo both fighting for the seat.
No! Jojo, fuck you! Go. No! How dare you?
Just get on the top. Don't worry. Just pro.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly with this spin, I swear.
Just pro.
Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh my god. The poor guy.
But yeah, Fizzy, we're just being stupid right now.
Yeah. Oh my god, why did I use my ult? Yeah, fat fingered again. I always fucking fat finger that shit.
I actually landed the headshot.
I just came in to say hi.
See ya.
Aw, bye-bye. There's someone from the top of the building, I think. Oh yeah, it's a... Yeah.
Get off. Those are
Ow.
Jojo!
I'm in the car. Help me.
I need to get out of the car.
Dude, I can't. I'm stuck underneath it.
They're gonna explode you, by the way.
Dude, I'm trying to move out. I can't.
Oh shit, how? Oh, from the back? No. I'm crawling.
well,
I'm crawling
stuck
to Yuki.
Why are you both crawling to me?
Cause you're near?
By the way, if they're real people, they wouldn't let me do this, res.
Oh.
You should probably hide. Don't hide.
I did get that can. What do you want from me?
They're all behind us.
Warning, the pale blight is spreading.
Teleport here.
This is evil. Hi, Sketch. It's been a hot minute. How are you doing, Cookie?
Oh my god. As soon as I wake up, I'm like, bruh. Yep. Oh. Respawn. Okay. I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna respawn.
yeah, same.
No way, I'm respawning.
Yeah, same.
This, I just stayed. By the way, there's people actively shooting me, so be careful. Wait, did all of us die? Oh my god.
Yep. I'm going here.
Hey, Yuki.
Hi, Sketch. What's up, Pookie? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. How are you
Oh my
doing?
god, I am doing great. Guess what? I moved out and moved into my own place.
Oh, nice! Holy shit! I'm so proud of you.
Yes! I
Oh,
am
by the
proud
way,
of
if you
myself.
guys don't know, Sketch is one of my like close IRL, close online friends. I've known them for quite a
They
long
should
time.
probably know we are in a stream right now.
Yes. I don't think they mind it. But yeah, you're on stream right now,
Yeah.
Sketch.
Don't say
Oh, I am really sorry if I just barged
Oh,
in.
No, it's all
We have
good.
everybody
It's all
recorded.
good.
You're chilling. But yeah,
Okay.
I'm glad
Just
to know that
chill.
you've been good for yourself. Did you finally get like did you finally get a good paying job to help you pay for the rent, or are you going heavily based on commissions?
Yeah, no, I do have a job. Looking for a better
Okay,
job,
awesome.
though. It's not paying well enough.
So
That's a start, though.
are you living alone or are you living with roommates?
Recall devices will go
With a
offline
roommate,
in
actually.
10 seconds.
I
It's
have
not
a
a guy, is
roommate.
it?
No, ew.
Okay. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
No offense,
The
no
ill
offense to
got
guys.
me.
Respectful that would be, you know.
I'm so heartbroken. I thought we were gonna be roomies like that. I'm kidding. We wouldn't. I'm
me.
not moving anytime soon. Jojo, no one's near you.
I was getting shot at from over there. What the frick you mean no one's near me?
Imagine being shot at.
I have no ammo either.
Skill issue.
Skill issue, bro. What the fuck?
Oh, piss off, all of you.
But yeah, I'm glad to know that you're doing well. Make sure you keep doing well. I hope for better success for you all the time.
Absolutely.
How is your commissions going?
Oh my god, I got 3 commissions to work on right now. One of them is like for $400 to $500.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
Money, money, money.
Amazing.
It's for a.
Well, no, go for
Oh yeah, it's for one of my coworkers. They wanted to start VTubing, and they wanted me to draw their character from the base up and like completely design their character sheet.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh my
are we talking
goodness.
About, like, full on reference sheet, or are we going
Damn.
like based off like, oh yeah, you're building a live 2D model just for them?
Oh no! Live 2D models are gonna be much more expensive. What the heck? No, it's just a reference
A
sheet.
PNG model or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's just a reference sheet, not even the model in itself or like a PNG model, just a reference sheet. They just want the idea out on a page, and since they're gonna use it for like commercial use, that's why the extra money. But in general, it would have been around like $200 or $300, but not more than that.
Oh, I have commissioned Sketch before, by the way. They made Yumi and Sven art for me. I love Yumi and Sven art.
So I think is the competence.
Yumi and Sven are just me and my friends OCs that we created just for the sake of them dating each other.
Yep.
I think I
Dude, my art style got so much better. That's why the price went up a lot.
Yeah,
And
I commissioned you like in your early days.
Early days, and I swear to God, you
we could use a lift, bozo.
Fuck you!
You okay?
Fuck you! I'm running people over. Da 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 da! I fucking miss. What's up, bro?
Stage
I'm gonna die.
Yep.
Don't die, Yuki.
I did.
Oh God.
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
Yuki,
anyway, so
wow.
what were you saying,
Oh my
Sketch?
god, me.
Yeah, what I was saying is that I am
What do
so
you think is gonna
extremely
happen,
very
bozo?
grateful for you commissioning. That was like the beginning days when I was just starting out. God, you and a few other commissions that I got were the first few commissions I ever did, and I'm here right now. 2 years after that, 2 to 3 years after that, right? Oh my God.
Yeah, I commissioned you in your like early days, and I'm very happy that you that art's still your passion. I'm very grateful that you got to like draw.
Also, another update of my life, I'm studying criminal justice.
You're what?
I'm studying criminal justice, concentration on criminal psychology.
Shit, fuck,
Oh
what?
shit! You're studying my major?
Well, no way!
What
What?
the fuck?
Damn!
Rival.
You're doing psychology though. I'm not doing psychology.
Oh yeah, no, mine is criminal psychology. I'm gonna be
No, I'm
aiming for
doing.
forensics.
I'm like saying you're like in almost the exact same subject major as me, cause I'm in criminal justice.
That's a new one. AO claiming bonus.
Ooh, yeah, we're in the same major. Wow.
I'm gonna eat this. I'm gonna eat you, bro. Not like
You
that.
say
Not
it
like
as
that.
if
Not like that.
as
Not
if
like
it's a
that. Not like
threat.
that. Not like that. Not no. Don't say it like that.
Is it
But
a
yeah,
threat
this
or a
is
promise?
Something to be proud of.
But yeah, this is fine shit. I love Sketch. Sketch is absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema is crazy.
Ah. Speaking of which,
Absolute.
I did wanna commission you again someday.
Mm-hmm. I'll be waiting
Yeah,
for that.
you better.
Always. I'm always in for the money.
Okay, bro. You could have said that you were there for me, but okay, bro. I see how it is. Your eyes are on my money, my wallet. Okay, bro. I'm gonna eat you. You evil muffin.
Oh my God, I remember when I was still at home, I spent so much money on your stream. Oh my God. I wish I had the money
Dude,
to
I
spoil
told
you
you not
again.
to.
No, I have no
I
regrets for
still.
that.
But yeah, I'm still using the. Funny enough, I'm still using the thing that you bought me.
And
It
I'm
has
still
been
using the
continuous.
Clip Studio Paint that you gave me. This changed my life.
Yes, that I bought for you. Yes.
I thought it was a gift from one of your friends.
Chi, can you please mute us real quick? Can you mute us that
Okay.
stream? Chi, please! Chi!
Do you want somebody to deafen her? I can just deafen her.
Deafen her, just deafen her. Just deafen her real quick.
Damn, I got caught. Blood. God damn. But yeah, I know what they're talking about. Yeah. It's all good. It's all in game. No worries. It's all good. Match found.
You have
Welcome
been
back,
freed.
Chi.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm gonna eat you alive now, Chi. I'm gonna like munch on your ears.
Cannibalism.
Your eyeballs and turn it into soup.
Ooh,
Yummy.
that would be a great soup, actually.
No!
You could probably do some good stuff with
Well, I'm curious about cannibalism.
Like you could probably do some good stuff with an eye. Like it dissolved well, wouldn't it? Still have a nice chewy center though. Let's center up more.
Hello?
Stem. Yeah.
We can
Hello?
hear you.
We
Mhm.
can
I
hear
think she lost connection.
What? I'm here though.
Oh, your stream lost connection. Oh, never mind, it's back.
No, that was
What?
a temporary lapse. We're fine.
Is it a Discord thing?
You have
I
your
don't know.
streams separately?
Hmm?
You guys have your own streams right now?
You can't stream it.
Oh, I'm not streaming. I came back from community service and I'm too EP to stream.
Aw.
Yeah, I came
Jojo.
home at like around 5 o'clock my time.
Oh, it's my
Jojo.
problem.
Yeah.
You
No,
gotta
it's not my
jump,
problem.
Jojo.
It is not my problem.
Oh, what?
No, really, no. You know
No,
what? It's Chi's
give it-
problem. I don't
What
want
the fuck? Okay, you're all gonna hate me.
No, wait, no.
You asked for it.
No! I was awful. She dropped us in hell. This is hell. This is a hell spawn. Jojo,
Stop
this
it.
is hell.
I fell outside.
Mind the thorns.
Oh.
Kick.
Jojo,
I don't want to away.
I just instantly died with Chi, bro. This bitch.
I'm going to resort. I'm going to resort. Let's go away from there.
Bro, you're going all the way down there! Oh my god, bro, we're so fucked. We're so fucked.
See.
Need someone to share. I'll share my screen for you, sketch, so you can see what's happening.
No, let me do it. I bet in that.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
sure.
actually. Yeah, let the other let the white boy do it. I'm not doing it.
The white.
No.
I mean, you're white. I am every shade of white, but you know.
Well, yeah.
I don't know why. I have such a funny. I don't know why I have such a bad habit of like just if someone tells me they're like white, I just go like, okay, white boy. Okay, white boy. All the
Bro,
time.
one of my coworkers, he's Polish. He kept looking at me and saying like punk ass white boy, and I'm like, from which angle do I look like a white boy to you? I'm black.
You're Indian, no?
Not really, Bangladeshi.
My PC does not like this area.
Yeah, it's a high stake area.
Stage
Yep.
1 countdown is about to begin.
I know every place here. I played the JoJo's.
Well, that's called that's not fun. I'm leaving.
Yep.
JoJo, did you see how far she separated herself from us?
We never seen this
I'm gonna fly there. Just be there.
Fly there.
I will fly.
5, 6, 7, 09. I got new. But yeah, I got new headphones and I can't like hear myself, so I can't tell if I'm being too loud.
Behind.
Nah, it's all good.
Yuki, you piece of crap.
What?
I don't know. Let me backtrack. Real quick.
That's crazy.
Thank you.
I was gonna loot over here. Here, go ahead. You can loot here because you have nothing. Poor.
I got it.
The poor guy.
I have to go down to get Chi. Because Chi.
I'll fly there. I'll find a
No,
flying
we
car.
have to die. That's a consequence of
Wait,
action.
what's up? What's up, Sketch?
I have a question for you. Are you in the Avatar fandom?
Kind of.
Which avatar is it?
I've
The
seen
movie
your- I've
or
seen
the
your
anime?
You have?
I have seen your clips, and I'm like, damn. I need to.
I'm working on Zane right now.
I know. You keep sending like work in progresses, and I'm like, oh, that's nice.
I'm working on another scene. I actually saw like somebody making a something with Silas and Zane just kind of fighting it off because of the Chinese
Oh,
clothes and everything
lads.
for the Chinese New Year. I think somebody made it, or it was AI. I don't know what it was, but then I saw it and I'm like, okay, what if Avatar Silas and Avatar Zane are having a little combat scene? That's what I'm sketching out right now.
That's not bad at all. Oh, that's nice. Nice.
And muscular men.
I am on my way, you piece of crap.
Why is that car flying? What the?
Oh yeah, the car can fly. Whee!
Yeah.
A lot. So the cars, each car has a different ability. The Lamborghini just boosts and gives you more speed. This car flies, and then the other car gives you bulletproof windows.
Oh god.
And then
I like the flying car.
Which I just kind of has.
The
So do you want to go? Okay, do you want to go through the portal or do you want to go through the annoying long way? I'm going through the annoying long way.
Why would you do that to us?
I love us. Here I go. Whee!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
That is crazy.
I like
What
being
is
an
going on?
inconvenience.
Why? It looks like it's stuck in one place.
I'm happy to be here.
Whee! See, wasn't that fun, Jojo?
Speaking of, where's the
Isn't
other guy?
this one?
Going down already. He's already down here.
There they are.
See, Jojo, wasn't that fun?
Whatever happened to the team and team-based game? Team-based
Well, she decided to spawn all the way downstairs.
season 1.
A
Can I
good
call
there,
her
Chaz.
Moan on her own stream?
Yeah, you can.
Well, that's because he's a Moan. So.
As long as she's not getting injured, then it's fine.
Yeah, there's no one here because the spawns are like
Hey Jojo. Hey Jojo, guess what?
top
Yeah.
there.
3, 2, 1, you about to jump out the car.
Oh boy.
I'm like edging the fucking oh ah!
Huh?
Eh.
The
Hey,
edge.
what's up, buddy boy?
Edge, edge, edge.
Okay, let's go.
What?
Well, that'll do. I suppose running them over. Can we like loot the corpse?
Yeah. Oh, you want to go loot the corpse? Yeah. Got you.
Yeah, you
got you.
could.
Hey, what's up, buddy boy? Yoink.
Eh.
Alright, what have we got? A single gun. Nothing.
That
Yeah,
was useless.
nothing.
Can I have my car back? Can I be the driver? Thanks.
Why'd I do that? Why'd I do that?
Let's get the new
He
car.
got
'cause we
me.
ran out of gas on this one.
The other teammate is here.
Yeah, they're going to you because we, we got if we're gonna at least split up, we should have 2-2. It would make sense.
We should be splitting up at all, but you know, whatever.
Hop in the plane of LAS with a dream in the car. Welcome to the land of the famous this. And we got it, vision. Wherever I am, here I am for the first time. I see the right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody. I'm being so stupid right now. I'm taking my girl music and I'm driving over to a car. Here I come.
I gotta reload.
B5 fun.
Good lord, you
I
see
can't
the
drive.
amount of life updates I have for you, you'll be asking me why did I do so many side quests in the little time that we did not talk.
Do you know, I wouldn't be surprised because I also did a lot of side quests that I need to update you about on too.
We really gotta update.
Y'all gonna have
about
one
our
hell
life.
conversation in due time, won't you?
Yeah, me and her tend to not talk that often because we're always so busy.
We have a very what is it called? A very low maintenance friendship. Like even if we talk after like 2 years, it's gonna be the same kind of vibes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So then
nice.
I'm gonna
Can we
go-
not abandon him?
Yes, we cannot abandon him. Funny enough, I think I've known Sketch for over 2 years now.
This is 2023, so yeah, over 2 years.
She was right into the stars.
Airdrop delivery
Oh.
in progress. Stage 2.
Oh, there's supplies going there.
I remember.
Ooh.
I remember how I met you two. Funny enough. We met
We
through
got
like
there.
me and Sketch met through like a very old friend of mine that is no longer my friend because he's psychotic as fuck. But yeah. No, like psychotic as fuck. He was the guy I told you about, the one that got his Twitch banned because he did that thing I told you about.
Right, that guy, that one.
Yeah. That shit was crazy, by the way. Like it's screaming attention seeker.
There's a lot more than just that screaming happy, but you know, moving on.
TT.
Yeah.
Mwah.
Mwah.
Why are you so quiet?
I'm eating cake.
Oh my god, not again.
I'm getting a thing like a big serving of it in my mouth.
We might have to get into a fight for this one, by the way.
I'm ready.
Yep, there's a fight, and I'm gonna go run them over. Excuse me. Never mind. Whee!
It's a disgusting one. Planet Cracker. Ew.
I vibe with
Good.
that. You need to pack back up.
It's a grenade launcher. What are you gonna do with it?
Launch grenades! What else?
It's disgusting.
Hi, Chi.
Ow. Oh my god, what the fuck was that?
I ran it.
No! No! The car! I just saw it go away.
Get lost.
Bye, car. Bye.
Oh,
Hi,
no,
SCP. Oh my god. Hi. Hi, Nikki. Oh my god.
it's in the void now, isn't it?
My car! It went into the void.
I gotta reload.
Well,
You know what's funny?
Yeah, it's a bot.
I keep accidentally misreading our teammate's name as Lolly instead of Lofi.
Lo-fi.
Lolly is crazy.
Lolly.
It's all
We talked
crazy,
about
bruh. Their literal name is like
LOFI.
Yeah,
Yes,
just
yeah.
lo-fi.
it's lo-fi, but in my brain sometimes I replace the F with the L and it's like Lolly and I'm like, oh. Hi there. Yoink.
Anybody else?
Delivery in progress.
Hey, Yuki,
You
do
guys
you
remember
have
that-
macarons?
There's a new car there, Yuki.
I got
There's a new car. It's a flying car.
Car!
You're waiting for ambush, I'm so.
Upcoming car. Enemy car. Enemy car.
From where? Above us.
Yep.
Well, I did knock some guy over there, but they're telling.
I knocked one.
Yeah, we're getting stopped from two different directions.
No, resident.
Yeah, I don't know why you would find that.
Ah, fuck.
Only one person can respawn.
Recall devices will go offline in 10 seconds.
My bad. I can't hear myself with the headphones. I didn't know I was screaming. Huh?
Stage 3 countdown is about to begin.
Oh, my bad.
Recall device offline.
No, my dad didn't die.
What?
My dad do it, gang-a-lang.
Simulations pale in comparison to real life experience.
My roommate said I was being too loud.
Oh my god, is she gonna get us? Lo-fi gonna get us?
No, she's going straight to the fucking battle. Oh, she's going straight into the battle.
Yep. So why not, right?
Channeling source energy. Reestablishing connection.
Loot the items while you're at it. It's gonna help you, bro.
Alright, Yuki, what time is it for you again?
Good question. I don't remember. 8:18.
Will you be free tonight to talk to me? We gotta gossip.
It's 11 for you.
Establishing connection.
Yep, it is.
We can gossip. No, don't loot me. Fuck you.
Airdrop delivery in progress.
Oh. Oh, they're getting. Oh,
Like after
okay.
you're done playing and stuff, if you can.
I probably not because I'm gonna go real easy. We could probably like gossip at another date though. For sure.
Sure.
Hey, nice.
But today I just kind of want to chillax because I did. Like I'm very fine.
Yep. That is completely valid. Dude, my workplace have been screwing around, and because I've been fasting, they suddenly out of nowhere gave me a leave, and because of that reason, I'm just sitting at home. I tried canceling the leave, they didn't do it, so I have to sit at home now. That's pissing me off.
What I'm doing.
Oh, they're back.
Keep healing.
What do you do?
What the
I
fuck?
think our teammate does not know how to use the floating car.
Oh, we're gonna get targeted here.
Great.
Our
Great.
teammate did not know how to use the floating car. And it knocked us straight down.
And then I could heal because of the void. I was floating. Oh, well, that was great.
Yeah, I think our teammate's just a piece of shit.
Makes sense.
You see, get to the car.
Wait, I'm trying to heal. Trying to heal. Okay, I run.
Well,
Target hit. Alert. Hostiles activity detected.
There's too many people here.
Half of all squads have been eliminated.
What the hell was that? No, like, our teammate just destroyed the car instead of like lifting us up. So then we ended up losing one person, and then
Yeah.
we ended up in a 3v4, which was a terrible idea.
And they clearly have more better items than us. Yeah.
I can't
My
always
back.
be smooth sailing, you know?
But yeah, you gonna head to bed soon, Chi?
Nope.
So you're just gonna chill and just play games with us?
Yeah.
Play games with us.
I could raid out
Oh.
to Doc and then just play offline, you know.
That's your choice, Girly Pop. I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
I kind of need to like start VOD scrubbing because one of my VOD is like gonna eat out today. So I'm like, yeah, I could chill while just listening to my VOD.
Okay.
And game. Okay. Give me a sec. I'll raid out. Bye. Hey, you guys. Yes. So that's it. My back literally hurts. So yeah, hi, hello. Hi, Kyra. Welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, I have to go. It's been like what 6 hours already, and I do wanna like chill with my friends right now, and I don't want them to like have this restriction that oh someone is streaming I can't say this and that. So yeah, I also just want to chill now. This has been like 6 hours of fate triggering, but yeah, not addicted. But yeah, we're gonna chill. We're gonna raid the doc. Where's the doc? Is Doc still alive? Okay, Doc is still alive. Doc is still alive. Okay, we're gonna raid Doc as promised. Hold on, let me give him a hydrate while I'm at it. So, okay. Where's the raid thing? Okay, there we go. Raid. And then Doc. Where's Doc? Doc. Okay. There we go. So he's playing a horror game named Crystal. It's kind of like a I don't know, bloody horror game. But it's a good one. It's a shooter game as well. So yeah. It has good lore. And as far as I know, like he's having fun with it. So yeah. No. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream tomorrow, but we are so back to the grind. I'll try to edit a short clip later to be posted on my YouTube and all my social stuff. So yeah. Again, thank you everyone on TikTok. I will have to end your stream first before the Twitch people goes out in the raid. So thank you everyone. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you Azuma. Thank you Chang. Thank you Lumix and everyone that has been gifted me in TikTok. Thank you Kyle. Thank you nephew. So thank you everyone. It was good. Bye TikTok. So I gotta say bye. Bye TikTok. was fun. I'll see you on the next stream. Bye TikTok. Okay, that's TikTok done. So no stream tomorrow. I don't know yet. Probably no stream. I'm just gonna catch up with a lot of VODs and stuff, and I also need to catch up with sleep. So yeah. That's it, you guys. Fate Trigger is very fun. It's been a good ride. Thank you everyone. Have a nice day. Stay hydrated. Mwah!